Now we should be live. Hello, welcome. This is the first TWWH3 Nations tournament. It's Swiss style. I will quickly show us the brackets of the players. So we've got those here. So the first round will be between Dagon and PD, Pjadtron and Medli, Error and AlanB, Fatal Cowboy and BagelofWar. And the first game I'll be spectating is Pjadtron against Medli. Now they've already picked the faction while we were getting set up, and it's a Norsca mirror match as our first game, which should be interesting. So best of luck to both of them, and we'll get started when they're ready. Oh, welcome to Castra. Yeah, I'm hoping for some good ones. We've got a mixture of sort of old guard players who've been at it for a while and had time off. We've got a mixture of new players who've been doing it a lot. It should be quite an interesting one. But I know a lot of people will be disappointed that it's a mirror match to start with, but I really quite like them, especially ones like Norsca. It could get very interesting. So the pick system when you're picking your factions is you don't know what the other person's playing when you do it. You both pick at the same time, and so neither of them knew the other one was playing Norsca when they picked. They didn't sort of decide to do it. They just both ended up choosing Norsca. So we'll see how it goes. And I have just realised that you're still in the bracket, so we're back to the game. It's a good job that was eventually realised, even if it did take me a minute. Still adjusting to my new stream setup. Let me know if sound volumes are all good, and I will adjust accordingly if they're not. Both game and voice sounds I can adjust separately, so let me know how they are. And chat seems to be working already because Castra's already in there. There will be a bit of dead time in between games, so feel free to come and have a chat in there, and I'll discuss anything, explain anything to anyone who doesn't know the mod well, or just discuss what's going on with people who do. So Medli's already readied up, so that bodes well for us getting into a game nice and quick. Game might be a tad quiet. Well, the game so far is my music setting, and that is quiet. What I might do is, we'll see how it is when there's proper noises, and I probably won't have music on during the battles, so I might be able to make it louder for this sort of section, and leave it for battles, so you can get the actual combat sounds. Personal preference, but it's the advantage of being the guy doing it, isn't it? Is your personal preference wins. Aha! Pjad is also readied up, so we're going into the first game with some interesting armies. Now, I've already forgotten which one of them. I believe Medli's army is the Hmong, and Pjad's army is the Tong, maybe? The one with the horns, I believe, is Pjad's army. The one with the moustache, I believe, is Medli's. Well, that gives me a nice segue into the Crossroads, actually. So if I press that button there, in theory, that should take us to the challenge set up where with the yeah, and then I can go from there into the Crossroads, and we can see that Pjad's done 10 games that were classed as competitive, and I think he's done 2 or 3 non-competitives as well, so I think he's done 10 to 15 games, something like that. So we will go back to the game now, and we're in. He's less rusty than everyone anticipated De Castro is, Pjad. He's definitely come back with a vengeance. So I'll double check. Yeah, I'm going to put this up for now so we can see supplies. But the gold damage value does not work properly. I don't know why. And I've asked CA about it, and they just haven't got back to me. Because it's supposed to just use multiplayer values for how much damage has been done, but it doesn't seem to line up. It does on units, doesn't up there. So don't pay attention to the gold damage value. It's just so we know how much money people have got, and in case I forget which Norsca's which. I'll probably leave it off on some others. And we've already got a ready up by Medli. So, army-wise, Medli's got a very standard front line, plenty of bondsmen, so reasonably heavy armour with good Marauder Axemen back up to fill gaps and flank. Beasts of Tashnar, they're going to be scary. Ice Wolves, double Wild Kin, a Shaman Sorcerer of Fire on horse and Wulfric on horse, with with fully kitted out, the whole lot. Brutes of the Hound, Huskals on the left flank with a Jarl for Pjad. Marauder Chariots, Spearmen as his front line, which might be a good call actually, because Medli hasn't brought any missiles. Whalers and Marauder Hunters, and a Hunter sport with Armoured Skinwolves, an Ice Wolf on this side as well, and significantly a Frostworm flying overhead. So we shall see how that goes. It's going to be, for anyone who doesn't know the mods version of Domination, 4 minutes before the points unlock. A little bit like that, but we're right. 4 minutes before the points unlock, and then you get 7,000 supply every 7 minutes, and no other supply. So it's 7 minutes, 40 minutes, 21 minutes, occasionally 28 minutes, but games usually stop after about 26. Though no one's gone for point 1, so this one might actually go long. You get reinforcements, and only infantry can capture points. Points, you'll notice, are quite small. Really only enough room for 1 unit on there. They're about 1 unit size on all 3 of these points. Medli's going around with the wide flank, and we've got an instant engagement. These bondsmen are going to get... Oh no, they've changed direction wisely. Put in a much better spot than they would have been a second ago. Nice breath attack from Pjad though. It's going to really chunk down those bondsmen. That wizard has definitely overextended, and I wouldn't be surprised if Medli loses the Shaman Sorcerer here. Nothing she wouldn't be able to come back from, but definitely not the greatest of start. Fortunately, the Sorcerer has Terror routed, which will give her a chance to get it out of there, even if her attention is elsewhere. If these Marauder Axemen can get into this dragon, and the opportunity's been lost, but the Sorcerer survived. Ooh, a big cav engagement that I'd missed over here. Beasts of Tashnar and Ice Wolves seem to have a full surround on the Armoured Skinwolves, and be really putting hurt on, but there are 3 units for Pjad and only 2 for Medli. So although her units are trading quite well, the Beasts of Tashnar are really putting the hurt on. Now even I didn't expect it to be quite that one-sided, despite Beasts of Tashnar being an incredible unit. These Marauder Axemen coming into the rear, definitely going to swing things, but these Whalers stopping that being quite as good as it would otherwise be. The Marauder Hunters are through, and Flamestorm stopping any reinforcements for Pjad's Spearmen. The Wildkin have disengaged and have really messed up those chariots. 500 value on those. Burning Head coming down on the front line. Moved away, but decent damage on the spears and lowered their leadership. Unfortunately, the Marauder Axeman was spinning the other way, and a Sea Fang straight through the Bondsman spears, probably levelling out the damage that was done to them earlier somewhat. I imagine the breath attack did slightly more, but gives Medli's troops a chance. They would definitely have broken already if it wasn't for that. Pjadt's gone for a cheap Lord, which might mean that we get to see a Blood Raven quite soon. And Medli's left flank is starting to buckle. But Pjadt's centre's buckled. Bondsman coming up in behind the Bondsman spears. If these Marauder Axemen also push through this gap, they can either compromise the Whalers or they can get in the back of these swordsmen, and Pjadt's front line will start to crumble. No two ways about that one. We have cavalry heading into the back, and Wulfric has isolated the Jarl, which means that this cavalry is probably going to head for these spearmen, but the Whalers and probably the Frostworm going to help him there, and Medli's done exactly what I thought would be done. Unit's gone into column to move through, and will either peel left or right. I suspect left because she'll want to fight over point 3. Personally, I go right, but it's certainly not an error. Just a different tactic. A few ways to do it. Wulfric been isolated and taken very low by the Frostworm, but the Jarl is dead, and dead certainly worse than isolated. The Wulfric costs a lot more, and the infantry fight is swinging quite heavily in Medli's favour here. The cavalry, I would say, is going Pjadt's way though, and the points are all for Medli so far, but only 15 of them, so mostly irrelevant at this point. The last of the Wildkin is starting to get cleaned up there. The other unit, I believe, is still alive but struggling. Wulfric struggling to get away from the Frostworm and goes down. Both lords are dead, but if Wulfric used a Blood Raven, and I didn't catch whether he did, he will have had buffs and debuffs for the troops around it, and so it might have been worth it despite the cost differential. These Huskals unfortunately chasing the Bondsman over to this point. If you're Medli, so Pjadt's going to take that point, I would imagine, because those Marauder Axemen are losing to the Brooks of the Hound, but they are half the price. But the infantry fight pretty decisively won here. Pjadт is probably up on financial value of troops, but there's something to be said for being the person who has the infantry, because that's the only thing they can catch. So although Pjadt's still has the cav, that gives him a chance to do some nice trades, but it does not give him the chance to get ahead on points. But no one's been able to get point 1. The battle was too fierce, and it's another minute with change before we'll see any reinforcements. I'm just letting it sit for a second. Right. So what it appears is happening here, Pjadt's going to go with the Skinwolves into the backs while Medli consolidates on point 3. Pjadт uses the next 30 seconds, just accepts that Medli's going to own the point for it. Nice dodge by Medli there. Only lost 4 to that. She's going to get out of there. Countercharge the Skinwolves, and these Bondsmen, I was wrong, I thought they were going to get in there, but they're actually going to close out any other units that come. Medli's army is mostly dead. Pjadt's still got quite a lot, but Medli's up by 70 points. By no means in a terrible position. A lot of these troops are routing, but I don't think Pjadt's has the chase down. He might use the Skinwolves, and that's 7 minutes. There will be occasional lag spikes at 7 minutes as all the reinforcements come in, just because so much is happening at a time. Brutes of the Hound, we now have one of each side on, and Champions and Whalers called in by Medli so far, and on Pjadt's side, more Bondsman Spears, a Mammoth, and the Beast of Tashnar. Trolls to support the centre, along with the resummoning of the Jarl, so he has rebought that to get rid of the morale debuff, and some Marauders, and his Brutes of the Hound have gone on caught point 1. We've got a bunch of Marauders to swarm point 2. I think that's a sensible play by Medli, given the financial situations, and Bondsmen to take those out in isolation, also good. We've got Skinwolves, the regular, not the armoured that Pjad's using, and Pjad hasn't seemed to have noticed at this point, hasn't flipped in his favour, so Medli is still getting points and Pjad's getting less than it appears from the red markers there. Beasts of Tashnar resummoned, not surprised, they were excellent in the first half. That Frostworm is getting peppered down, and I wouldn't be surprised if Medli hasn't brought a Manticore or a Frostworm of her own, so that is going to be a menace throughout this battle. Already at 2,200 value, costs 16, 1700, maybe 18. I forget the exact price, but it's that kind of ballpark. So it's already got its money in pure damage and certainly in utility. But the Whalers are trying to close it out. Pjad's unsummoning his Skinwolves, and Medli is folding in on the middle point. But Pjad's going to bring up troops behind her forces. Beast of Tashnar really ripping into Trolls. Let's see how much damage they are starting to deal. Not an inconsiderable amount. A couple of options here. These Skinwolves could flank around, or they might close out the other Skinwolves and see about buying time. Pjad's now taken point 3, but Medli has taken point 1, and those Brutes of the Hound are not long for this world. Whalers running away from the Bondsman Spears. Sensible. If they can get the high ground, they can probably win it. But on the even, they cost more. Probably win. They'll probably lose as well as that. And the fighting is pretty fierce in the centre here. I don't know if... And that's a concession. Pjad takes the first round. Well played to both players. I think Medli decided that she was a little bit too far behind on value there. And I can understand that. I don't think it was guaranteed, but when you're going to do a minimum of 4 games, possibly 5 at half an hour each, sometimes flogging a dead horse isn't necessarily the best approach. If you feel you've lost, once you've hit the point where you think you should concede, you're probably not going to do a comeback then anyway. So well played to both of them. Always fun to see an Norsca mirror. So we will go now and update that. But perhaps a bit premature, but as I say, if people are going to be tired, if not at the start of this, then by the end. And so sometimes if you concede earlier when it's going wrong, it gives you a chance to be in a better position for the next game. And so do you fight out for another 15 minutes trying to scrape it back, or do you think to the future game? And that's fair. So we'll go on now to challenge here, and I haven't actually pressed start the tournament on here. And we will input here that Pjad won, Medli 0, submit the scores, and when the others are ready here, it should move in to round 2. But yes, Medli, you were definitely behind in value, and I certainly don't mean to criticise at all with the concession. Purely explaining it because it can seem early to people who haven't done it as much. So I will hop out of this game now, and I will check out whether anyone else... so we could actually spectate Dagon versus PD, because they're still building armies. So we're going to actually get a second game in the first round to what? And the good news is I'd left the screen up so you didn't actually see their armies in advance. But we're about to get into another game. We're going to see... I didn't actually see which player's which, but I can say with some confidence that the Dwarfs are Dagon and the Skaven are PD. So we've got an interesting build by Dagon there. Wouldn't be surprised if this is purely for the Runes of Wrath and Ruin. But also, oh, he's got others as well. This guy hammer double chopper. 4 hammers. Yes, I also get that as well, Medli, is that people often complain when people don't concede, especially it's not particularly common in the Damnation's multiplayer community, but I see it a lot as well. Not knowing when they're beaten and making me play, but to be honest, I don't think I've ever heard that from any of our players, and as I say, it gives an opportunity to be in a better state for the next game, so it comes with an advantage. So I wouldn't be concerned either way. If you feel that there's no point having the rest of the fight, concede. Otherwise, you're always welcome to play it out to the end with no criticism from anyone. But we're into another game now. So double runesmith mixed in with hammerers. Dagon probably going to be there to give his army perpetual buffs between the two of them, and Runes of Wrath and Ruin to clear out some of the Skaven chaff. We have Gruddraker Rangers, 2 of, which are very sensible for clearing out any Skaven slaves, clan rats, things like that. Double chopper, we all know how much PD hates fighting choppers, and Dagon swears by them, so that's no surprise. Skyhammer probably going to sit with PD Lord, stop bone breakers, HPAs, things like that. And the Miners Guild core of the army, probably there to flank around, blow things up, and provide some cheap numbers. Longbeards to buff up the lot, Hammerers to bodyguard the 2 lords and provide some stopping power for things like Storm Vermin, and a Shield Breaker for their meant to be surrounded buff to isolate. In isolation, take point 1. On PD's side, we have Night Runners spread out sensibly. At any point that Dagon doesn't contest, PD will be able to run in with Night Runners and take without Dagon being able to see. Clan Vulcan Tail Slashers, always a good one because of the higher stats than other, and a bit of flame resist, so it's very hard to get them with the Wrath and Ruins. Shielded Clan Rats on either side of those, with Rat Ogres backing up, protecting the Avalanche Mortars, and the Storm Vermin Halberdiers, which is why the Hammerers are going to be useful. Skaven Slave Slingers, Skaven Slave Spears, Night Runner Slingers, and then Skaven Slaves to do the flanks. Deathmaster Snickitch as the Lord. Which means the double hero might be an interesting play, because Deathmaster Snickitch might just go clean those up. Those Hammerers are going to be on overtime in this battle, I have no doubt. Avalanche Mortars probably going to have trouble with the amount of gyros on the field, and obviously I am in the same boat as you in that I don't know what the reinforcing army is at all. I also didn't realise that the Shield Breakers have been moved into the trees, so PD might play his hand too early on point 1 now that Dagon's playing the same game. Though the choppers might reveal that. You played well, Medli. I've certainly lost to Pjad within the first 7 minutes from value myself, especially against his Norsca. It's a very scary prospect. I don't think there were many mistakes there. I think it was mostly a positive on Pjad's play rather than a negative on your own. I would imagine that we're going to get a ready up shortly here, and I'm just, while we are waiting for that to start, I'm going to check out the Con versus Corn between Cowboy and Bagel going on in the background at the same time. So we've had two mirror matches already, and we're only 1 game in. Yes, I agree, Medli. Some ranged in that first section, or even a Manticore. would do a lot of good. But that's a learning experience, and the Night Runners have already fired a volley into the choppers and been discovered, but they're only an investment of 450, and they're putting quite a lot of hurt on the choppers. Oh, there goes a chopper! So they've already got 142 value, and taken one shot from the Skyhammer, and fired most of their ammo, well, half, into choppers. Yeah, I like the axe throwers as well, the Castro. I like them as a flanking infantry that happens to throw an axe. It can be a useful, and I was right, PD did play his hand too early, because Dagon, although he can't see this unit, oh he can now, although he wouldn't have been able to see it initially, he will see these arrows pointing up and down, which will, it'll give away that there's a unit on there to him. Dwarfs first to the hill, so PD will likely contest them at the peak, though I wouldn't have been that surprised if he fell back a little and let the avalanche mortar do its work. But I suspect, because he's getting vision from these Night Runners, he will possibly target things like the hammerers with the avalanche mortars. And here comes the damage. If PD can clear out some of this, Snickich will have a field day into the Runesmith, which I suspect is what those Rat Ogres are on their way to do. If he can find a way to close out this unit and possibly block these guys up a little, he'll be in very good stead. Chopper's taking a pounding from the Night Runners, and Skaven-Dwarf Spears just here to tire, wound, and keep the Dwarf Warriors from flanking. The Shield Breaker's doing quite well. I think PD might have overinvested into this point, because I don't think he's going to win that, and he's lost. He's going to lose 2 units over it. That's a nice one for Dagon. Rat Ogre's broken to a withering salvo from the Quarrels there, and the Rat Ogre's closing out the Grudge Raker Rangers to stop any flanking shenaniganery. And I think this is where we start to see PD's Deathmaster Snickich play, and I'm right. The Miners Guild's starting to get ground down, the Dwarf Warrior's ready, and the Runesmith sees him coming and runs in. If PD is watching, he'll swap to the other Runesmith, but he hasn't. He's taking out the first Runesmith first. I don't know if he's noticed that that's a Runesmith and not a Thane. We can get a Whirling Blades off now. No, he's instead going for the Runesmith, but the Hammerers are here. Whether PD will decide to disengage or take the fight, I couldn't tell you. Slings starting to pound in against the choppers to save the avalanche mortars, and a devastating bombing run from the Skyhammer, but killing plenty of dwarves, which are more significant than the Skaven. Deathmaster Snickich with very little damage taken, and the Runesmith being taken out while Dagon's attention was on his Skyhammer. The routed Rat Ogres came back to help clear out the Shield Breakers, and he has another unit of rallied troops at the back, but Snickich needs to get out of there because those Hammerers will devastate him. And PD has also realised the same thing. Point 1 is flipping in favour of the Skaven, so I was wrong about the amount he'd invested, but the Rat Ogres did arrive, so I can save face somewhat there. The Skaven Slave Slingers are pounding up at the Miners Guild, while the Skaven Slave Spears hit them in the back, so they're between a rock and a hard place. Those Night Runners are going to get systematically destroyed by the Hammerers, while the Choppers and... no, it's just 2 units of Choppers close out the Avalanche Mortars to stop the devastating salvos. That, it might even be an overcast run of Wrath and Ruin, but it's done more damage to the Quarrelers than it did to the Night Runners. But not insignificant in that it gave them freedom to shoot in, so they're going to be able to support the units when otherwise they wouldn't. Grudge Raker Rangers are obstructed. I don't think Dagon will notice that in the heat of the battle. For anyone who hasn't played these, there will be a lot of things that look like the player has messed up, but the nature of these battles is that there is so much going on that there is not a man, woman or child alive who would be able to not make a mistake in this. So I'm certainly not critical of any slip-ups of a player. I know that a typical game's going to have at least 20 by the best players. So it's part of why there is such a high skill ceiling and why these players can be so impressive. Is that you could do this for a very long time and still mess up, because your attention is in so many places at a time. You've got very big maps and quite complicated combat. I think that this gold damage value is entirely inaccurate. If anything, I think PD has done slightly more damage to Dagon than Dagon has done to PD, but I think it's, if not, it's a much closer thing. There is a problem with that readout. And the rat ogres are closing in. If PD can decisively rout this in the next 40 seconds, it will be very difficult for Dagon going into the second half, because his troops will be routed. He has still got 18 on the field, so he won't be able to call in more than 6, because you can only call in 24 units at a time. That's what this indicator here is telling you. And you can see my mouse, I was just checking on the stream. A nice way to buy yourself those precious 15 seconds from Dagon, driving the Skaven off and threatening point 1, which, although obviously it's hardly the Karazhan Corps itself marching to war, it's it forces reaction, and there's not much less of an investment than 3 shield breakers, so it forces PD to invest more than Dagon did. A very good play by him there. The rat ogres have broken against the Dawi forces, but we have reinforcements coming in. We have Warplot Jezzails backed with slings, sensible given the amount of damage that the choppers of Dagon have done and his elite infantry. So PD is giving himself a way of being indiscriminate there. He's given slaves slingers, and he's at the 24 cap. So spent plenty of his money, so I've missed something. Here we are. Storm Vermin coming to consolidate his position, and a Plague Priest. Dagon 2 has spent plenty of his money, but not all of it. Got Shield Breakers doing the same thing as Shield Breakers did on point 1, but on point 2. I won't be surprised if Norgrumlings... Yeah, I know that Dagon has recently discovered the power of Norgrumlings Ironbreakers in last night's testings, so I'm not at all surprised to see them in this battle. They're going to do quite well against Skaven forces, especially in isolation. We have Thorgan Grudgebearer backed with Quarrelers and Dwarf Warriors trying to contest the centre, which for PD seems to be crumbling somewhat. The Jezzail's going to try and be close. He's going to force the Pit Fighters of Hell's Deep to engage these troops and then come in from behind with the Skyhammer, will be my expectation. The Jezzails, of course, if they notice, can spin around and cause problems. By the time he's spun, the Skyhammer's going to move, etc, etc. PD opting to spin anyway and pound with the slings, and that's going to hurt like hell. I think that was a mistake. The Skyhammer is going to go down here. And I think PD's going to start with summons, because that's what I'd be doing if I were him. He's got his Plague Priest, he's got his Pestilent Birth. If he can get some Plague Monks behind Norgrumling's Ironbreakers, they have nice arm pacing, or behind the Hammerers, free up the units. Either could work. He's going to now close out point. Grumbling Guard's going to point 3, but PD is going to swarm it. The Skyhammer is going to hurt these Jezzails. I'd be surprised if it lives. And we have more choppers. Now, I would expect, and he's already given a move order, they're coming for the Jezzails. The Skyhammer's been routed off. Dagon has realised. PD's going to spin, probably attack. Yeah, the Dwarf Warriors are closing him out, but I wonder whether he should be taking out those choppers, because they're the real threat. The Plague Monk summoned behind the Norgrumling's Ironbreakers as predicted. And we've got troops folding in on the middle Storm Vermin, but we have Shielded Clan Rats heading to stop the envelopment, and Night Runners very stealthily heading around here and to threaten the point. He's going to need to close out those Quarrelers, but can do quite a lot if he manages to. I wouldn't be surprised if the Wolf Rats decide that this battle is won and help support that push. PD is well ahead on points, 350, but Dagon, I would say, has brought back the value into his favour. The Warlock Jezzails being caught in melee is not going to help PD's value position, but they're both out of money. Neither of them is going to be able to add much in this next 3.5 minutes. PD, however, does have summons at his disposal. A little bit of lag there. I'm going to stop mentioning the lag. It happens, it's the nature of the beast, and that's a miscast, but sensibly PD used his scrying something, I forgot what it's called, scrying stone, which gives him 22% ward save, which saved the life of the Plague Priest there. He might even be trying to rally the Plague Priest by moving his Night Runners to support so they have friends nearby. And it's worth mentioning that although Dagon is ahead on value, PD has still got 2 points and Dagon only has the 1, and is continuing to hold those for a while. It might be that I would expect that Dagon's going to be able to take this here point 1 before the 14-minute mark. He's actually taking it for the end of the sentence, but I would imagine that PD manages to delay this here. Yeah, his Night Runners are holding the point. Oh, it's point 3 he was taking, because the infantry buckled, but the Night Runners have seen off the Grumbling Guard and the Dwarf Warriors, along with the Wolf Rats, so PD has got a very powerful position here. The Jezzails have recovered, probably able to take out the last of the Skyhammer if PD notices. They are not dressing ranks, his attention is elsewhere, and rightly so. Norgrimly's Ironbreakers have been brought down by the Plague Monk Summon and the Storm Vermin. Once the troops arrived to assist them, they lost their meant to be surrounded bonus, which will have just meant that the other troops can hit them at the post, but they certainly bled the Skaven there. An honourable showing. Thorgrim Grudgebearer not able to catch the point on his own. I was wondering why, it's because it's Thorgrim and I hadn't realised. The infantry coming to take point 1 as predicted, but the Death Runners and presumably the Clan Moulder elements that were on this side folding in on point 2, while the Wolf Rats rip apart what was left of the Grumbling Guard. Wouldn't be surprised if these shatter, PD will peel away. If they die, his Wolf Rats will also become freed. And Dagon using a good job of the choppers to make sure that the Night Runners don't come back. Plague Monks, I forgot the name of, and Death Runners folding in on the Quarrelers. That is going to be a pretty devastating little push there. About a very good use of Plague Monks, to be honest. Killing Quarrelers is exactly the sort of thing they want, especially if these Wolf Rats get a nice rate charge slightly downhill into the Dwarf Warriors and bowl through them, stop the worst of the flanking there. Quarrelers have buckled, which means the troops can turn around, and the Clan Moulder folding in onto the Dwarf Warriors. Very good play by PD there, but Dagon with a comfortable hold of point 1, and it's unlikely that PD is going to be able to take point 2 in the next 10 seconds. Pjad, well played in your game. You'll notice I've inputted it onto the challenge site. It'll show you as the victor there, and the Crossroads I haven't done. It'll need to be one of you two, and that's the beginning of the next round. Storm Vermin and Rat Ogres, unsurprisingly, been doing very well for PD. Some more of those. Is that triple Rat Ogre? That's triple Rat Ogre. Okay. PD has discovered that his mobility seems to be the thing that is getting him back into this game. In value, he was always in it in points. Dagon now spending his resources after he's seen what PD's done, and has decided that he can hold off PD at point 1 long enough while taking point 3 with cheap troops and Dwarf Warriors and Runners. Do you know if Era managed to make it on time, Pjad? Deathmaster Snickage back on the field with Death Runners and Clan Vulcan Tail Slashers. Storm Vermin Halberdiers into the choppers. and I would expect here that the choppers will engage the Clan Vulcan tail slashers, because he wouldn't have been able to give the attack order on the Death Runners without knowing about them. Which means the Death Runners are going to be able to come and delay this force, which otherwise they wouldn't have been able to. And Dagon has managed to hold point 2 on the peak. Often battles that are happening just before reinforcements that are going one way swing because people's micro slips, as they call in units, because there's a lot of clicking and looking away to be done. But point 1 is going to quickly fall in favour of the Skaven, which will leave Dagon still with 2 points to PD's 1, and leave us pretty much in the same situation we were before, but on the opposite side of the map. This, I suspect, is going to turn into troops peeling from here and from here, and when these troops peel from here, Dagon's 2,600 spare supply, I would expect to come from there and support that point. The enemy has slain our lord. Dagon is green, which means it was it was PD rather. Plague monks have killed the lord. I don't know what happened to Thorgrim. Is that him there? Thorgrim's still very alive and doing a lot of good in his buffs for his troops. PD's just decided to abandon point 3, and I think that's a very good play. Wolfrat's heading in to... I think they should kill the Quarrelers, whether they will or not, I couldn't tell you. They're routed just by being near. And the Blasting Miners are going to rout in a moment, which will mean that PD starts taking that. And in the end, Dagon has decided to bring his troops over here, but he still has that 1,200 spare. Big charge by the Rat Ogres there. Storm Vermin, Deathmaster Snickage in against Thorgrim Grudgebearer, which I believe is the death of Thorgrim Grudgebearer in the end times, and I suspect in the Damnations too. Wavering, Oath of Vengeance lowering Deathmaster Snickage's defense to a measly 90. And Thorgrim Grudgebearer is definitely taking the worst of that fight, as tired Thorgrim quickly etches in the name of his killer into the book. Storm Vermin forced off the point, keeping Dagon getting that point position against PD. Thorgrim Grudgebearer has fallen. Great runesmith play by Dagon so far. That is how he dies in end times, Cowboy. Welcome. I assume your match with Bagel is over. I think this is probably one of the later ones that started. Storm Vermin Halberdiers are not liking the situation, but they are not capturing the point. The dwarfs have managed to close out the Skaven here with the breaking of the Storm Vermin, but that Snickage clearing some space around the runesmith. Giant Slayers are going to do a lot of damage to those Rat Ogres, but they're not going to be long for this world. It is very considerate of them to keep the battle lore friendly, and that runesmith is running with his tail between his legs as Skaven-Slave spears come just to give more bodies to the point, and the last of Dagon's money is now spent. Quarrelers closed out by Clan Rats, Mammonas on the Clan Rats. Though the Dwarf Warriors might swing that. Minotaur mirror match, put your cab in the right army. Yeah, definitely deciding where to put your troops in mirror matches seems like it's relevant in the way I haven't done a mirror match yet myself. And that's point 2 in the Skaven favour, just as Dagon pulled into the points lead. Point 1 on the other hand, no, the Quarrelers aren't on it, so that's still going to stay in Skaven's favour for some time, but those shielded Clan Rats are starting to crumble. If Clan Vulcan's Tail Slashers can get into the miners, they'll stand a lot more chance, but there is the downside that PD won't want to leave the point, and he'll want to fight the shield breakers with Clan Vulcan Tail Slashers for the fire resist. So, won't be surprised if the Skaven Slave Spears instead close out the Miners Guild. Dagon deciding to keep a token force here rather than use it to swing this point, knowing that there's only 1 minute before reinforcements. This point 1 is swinging, but these Storm Vermin Halberdiers need to make sure they get onto the point rather than not into the rear of the Quarrelers, because that will stop this point swinging, and it's swinging back into Skaven's favour. Clan Vulcan's Tail Slashers, a very good choice for holding here, and the Skaven Slaves' Spears are starting to waver. 35 seconds until reinforcements. PD knowing that it will start the swing, but not a lot he can do about it. Closing up the blasting miners to avoid the deaths, and the Dwarven morale is starting to waver as the Longbeards and Thorgrim are dead. Their leadership has fallen, and I would say the game is now in a relatively even position. I would have said up till now Dagon was ahead, but with this fight over the hill, I think PD might even have pulled slightly ahead, but with reinforcements coming in, this is very much anyone's game 21 minutes in. Dwarf Warriors routed off point 1 as the Choppers and Quarrelers come to support. New reinforcements, the return of the Grumbling Guard, Miners Guild, Blasting Miners, Shield Breakers. On this flank we have the return of a Runesmith, Miners Guild and Warriors. I doubt any troops will come on for Dagon on the his right. On PD's left, Double Death Runner, Clanrat, Warlock Jezzail and Night Runner. Clanrats looks like in the centre with Skaven Slave Slingers supporting. I imagine that's in case of Skyhammer. Choppers to a lesser extent. Storm Vermin coming to hold the point to buy time here. It looks like PD's plan is to hold this point away from Dagon's force, keep this point away with Rat Ogres and close this out with overwhelming force, while Dagon is looking to contest point 1 and 2 as PD predicts, but whether the prediction will be enough I couldn't tell you. Dagon is very near to being at his unit cap, but has 1,200 supply left, so if PD overcommits to this point, Dagon has that trick to be able to do it. Yeah, the Dwarves are really struggling to get on here, but they also have been absolutely devastating in a lot of this game. The Clan Eshin troops being incredibly useful for PD here. Eshin and Moulder in particular, though honourable mention to those Clan Pestilence monks. Deathmaster Snickitch must be an insane amount of value by now, 4,130 as he goes in to kill his 4th, 5th hero or lord of the game. Rune Guardians, I suspect he will have been scared of rattling guns. He didn't know that PD wouldn't have them. Rune Guardians can be devastating, they can clear infinite clan rats, but between Clan Eshin, between the Jezzails, and in the event of rattling guns, they have a bad day. That's the sound of a point flipping. That will be point 3. Dagon has not managed to hold it. He's not out of this game yet, but it looks like PD might be taking this game. I'd say this is now PD's game to lose. But Dagon has managed to take point 1, buying himself time to take point 2 to spend his 1,200 supply. As his troops rally, he will presumably, if he has the time when he isn't having to fight elsewhere, desummon those units so that he has any space if he's limited. Summon some units there and put everything he's got onto point 2, but it will not be enough because PD is now in a position where a triple cap is needed by Dagon. And he's contesting point 1 too well for Dagon to be able to move units away. And that's game. Well played by both players there. I find myself impressed by the gameplay so far today. A quick look at some damage values. Skyhammer 2,000, Hammerers 1,003. Shield Breakers, they were really thrown to the wolves, but in a very useful way. Miners acquitted themselves well. Thorgrim Grudgebearer, despite his relatively low value. Really the reason Dagon won for so long in the middle, and I actually think the death of Thorgrim might have been what managed to take PD the game. Deathmaster Snickitch with a whopping 4,500 value, and the Rat Ogres. Looks like devastating, but I believe all were summoned 2, maybe 3 times. Nothing quite as impressive as Snickitch in PD's army, but I think Clan Eshin did particularly well as Clan Mulder. PD's Snicks Micro was incredible. I agree with that, Decastrat. I think that's a lot of why he won that game. So we will go back to here, and we know the score of Dagon. Oh no. See, Dagon against PD. Submit scores. And then error against Alan. Let us see if that's been reported. Bagel beat Cowboy. Cowboy 0, Bagel 1. And I need to find out what happened with Alan and Error. No, have I... no, I have successfully switched. Let's find out. There'll be a brief hiatus here as everything gets sorted. So I'm going to take the opportunity to grab a drink while everything's going on anyway. So Error is a no-show so far. So that's a 0. And Alan takes the game. So we have our new brackets. We will put those in for the players. Pity that Error is absent. That'll mean unless he shows up in the next few minutes, Medli has a bit more downtime. We have Dagon against Fatal Cowboy, PDThePowerDragon against BagelofWar, and Pjadtron against AlanB. I'll pull out of this game. I'll let everyone have an opportunity to rehost, and I'm going to take the opportunity personally to go grab some water, and then I will come back and show a bit of the Crossroads. And I'm back. So I'll take this opportunity just to show how the Crossroads work. So you'll see the games we've had here today with Pjad's Norsca against Medli's. That one's been put in slightly wrong. I should also say Norsca. Easy mistake to make. Cowboys Corn losing to Bagel's Corn, and PD Skaven beating Dagon's Dwarfs. Why is Dagon in brackets? Because his Steam name, or his Discord name, one of his names is in brackets somewhere, and I wanted to try and keep it as near to people's names as possible. Just generally, obviously, Error goes by lots of different names that we all refer to him as Error, so that's why he's called that. Orion's Hope on Steam, and Reed in Discord, but known as Error. So Cowboy versus Dagon, one of the next games. We've just seen Dagon play, but we haven't seen Cowboy yet, so I might hop into that one. But yes, the Crossroads, before I get distracted, because I think it's going to take people an extra minute to organise. Faction stats are all shown here, and you've got the wins and losses of each faction. Mirror matches aren't counted, so it hasn't affected Norsca in any way. And you can jump to each table and see that As an example, the Beastmen have beaten Skaven both times they've fought them, and lost to Skaggy the one time they fought them. Things like that. You also got play stats, and anyone who wants to join us for multiplayer, we just add them into this table here, and I can get their names put in to the system, so you can input your battles in here, and you can track how you're doing with each faction through the play stats, losses playing as, win rates, and your victories. And you can get yourself up on this board here. Whoever wins the tournament will be in here. Hope the Beastmen will make an appearance. I would be surprised if the Beastmen didn't, to be honest. There's a few factions I'm expecting. Let's refresh this list. Dagon, Cowboy vs Dagon, and I'll just check Discord real swift. To see what's going on here. Cowboy against Dagon. Oh, Beastmen against Kislev. Go on, let's watch. I know it's Dagon a second time. Well, they haven't opened a spectator slot. Cowboy is Beastmen against Dagon's Kislev. But as DeCastro had just requested it. Oh, we've got Pjadtron versus Alan as well. Might see what happens in that one. Let's give that a refresh and see if one of them's managed to open the spec. They have. But yes, I'm excited for Beastmen versus Kislev because I think that's a very fun matchup. I'm just going to put a quick reminder in. And the map will be, I believe it's the altar next, yes. Apologise for going silent. I can't talk and type at the same time. I just type the words that I'm speaking or speak the words that I'm typing, and neither's relevant to the other. So, hence my interrupted sentence there, as I realised I needed to type again. And I will close that. Oh. Yep, close that blocker. Just making sure everyone knows the map. And PD against Bagel is vampire counts against Corn, so depending how long armies take to build, I doubt we'll get a 2-for-1 special like we got just then again, but that could be an interesting matchup as well. And I'm showing Bagel's army there. Map still hasn't changed. Cowboy's the host. I'll send him a message. Just making sure as many people as possible have been reminded that the map is the altar. Actually, DeCastro and Medli are in. DeCastro's been in the chat. He can hop into Discord and make sure people are aware. Oh, there we go. Cowboys realised, and we're in good stead. Dagon obviously just switching to Beastmen to assess things rather than because he's playing them. I'm going to check out whether we've got any other matchups declared. Doesn't appear that we have. So if anyone has any questions about the mod, what you're seeing, about gameplay advice for domination, anything like that, this downtime in between is a good time to ask. If you're thinking of joining the multiplayer, and come from vanilla or from no multiplayer at all, or come from the mod but have only done single player, there's plenty of ways that it can be more even and less of a daunting thing. Things like Frontier Player 1 Advantage plus 40% here. And I intend to add other maps when I get around to it that are similarly biased. So the goal is to have 100%, 80%, 60%, 40%, 20%. So as people join from a position where they don't have a lot of multiplayer experience, they can have even battles with veterans. For vanilla players, there are obviously a lot of transferable skills, but it will be a big relearning. But you have the advantage here where I just go, that wasn't balanced, change it, and it'll take minutes or hours rather than months. And so there is a luxury I have as a modder rather than as a game studio where I can update whenever I want. I've got to do the work, but I can just say, right, that isn't good. Even today, the Iron Blasters for Ogres are overperforming, so they were nerfed before today's tournament. And there's no need for faction bans then, there's no need for oppressive metas that stay for more than one game. If someone discovers something that's too powerful, it's gone by the time it can be used again. And so you're always going to be in a relatively balanced competitive situation. But it can also be a more relaxed one, because you know you're not going to come in to see a load of nonsense that isn't fun for a de-stress style of game. But I'm rambling slightly. This is where the mod is at. We're going to get more maps when we can. I'll probably do a land battle tournament at some point. I'm expecting these armies to take some time to build. Neither Cowboy nor Dagon is especially swift on armies. They're both very particular. It's not a criticism or praise. It's just the case. Cowboy has done quite well with Beastmen historically. Dagon fallen in and out of love with Kislev, mostly in. And I think a lot of people were expecting Kislev from Dagon. I wasn't sure if he would, but I'm glad. I'm excited to see it. This map should be quite interesting for Kislev as well. The Streltsy can really give withering fire from the hills, and the Beastmen speed is going to make those hills a dangerous prospect. So it'll be interesting to see what both of them do. I don't want to look at the armies till I'm in, because I trust everyone here, but you know, it's better if there's some movement against stream sniping. Just, you know, especially if multiplayer grows and I don't know people as well and so on. It's good policy, despite the implicit trust. I think Dagon is afraid to one with Kislev. They have a habit of getting nerfed immediately after. He did do a load of testing last night while a bunch of us were doing one of our multiplayer campaigns, and was experimenting with Kislev and discovered a lot of unit interactions he hadn't understood before, and it made him understand the nerfed stuff a lot more. Because he understood the things that weren't nerfed, how to get more out of them. And I think Dagon's just hit the point now. He's always been a good player ever since he joined, but I think he's hit the point where he really gets how to fight specifically in the mod. And it's definitely to his advantage. Is that he went on to TotalWarhammerStats.com, which is a brilliant site. In fact, I can show you while we're waiting for this game how that one works. Error has just arrived, Medli, if you want your game against him. I'll just let him know. So let me just check down. Yeah, he's not ready. So we will go into that and Warhammer stats. So this is a great site. Cement, I believe the chap who makes it is called, and on here you can look at all the stats for units, and it can give some hidden stats. So if we look at, say, Kislev, for example, and you're looking at your Shields of the Tsar, it will give you their attack interval, which wouldn't previously have been there. Health for entities, costs, power chance, leadership speed, everything in a useful way, whether they've got splash attacks that can be hidden from view but very relevant to bigger units. Attack speed's also very relevant in the mod, etc. etc. Gives you calibration areas for accuracy of units, gives you breakdowns here, but what he was using it for yesterday, which was very relevant, and I do occasionally struggle to navigate the site, here it is, was give you fatigue. And if you switch to the Duke examinations here, I was just checking the game, you can see how fast you rest from being idle, how tired you need to be the most tired you can possibly be, how much climbing walls, shooting, everything that you do with a unit, it tells you what it does, how it works, and then if you go into this thing here, this was a bit of the revelation as well, it gives you what state you reach the point and then the effects on combat shown here. And that was just something that was a very useful thing to know about. So we'll switch back to seeing the game now as we wait for that. But it's worth knowing that this thing exists, whether you be multiplayer or campaign player. Give you a lot of information that's useful. And just checking how everything's lining up. Seems fine. And we have the game starting. Kislev against Beastmen. Nice army from Cowboy, not what I was expecting. And this is very much a group of Daagon's Revelation units. When he was looking through units and discovered the units that weren't nerfed, as I mentioned earlier, that he'd not liked in the past. Played a lot with all the units in this army. This is almost a who's who of units Dagon didn't like, which is quite nice to see. He's obviously confident in his new information, and I'm very excited for this game to see how a very different play by Dagon to anything I've seen from him in the past plays out. And yes, it is a shame that you won't clip it Medli, but depending on how long the games take, might end up lining up in a auspicious way. We never know. If you get a decisive win in the first 7 minutes, you might be able to come and watch the second half. You know, by the amount of time we spent setting up the armies, then you might be done. So, Ungors as the core. Well, not as the core, actually, that's not true. I say, we'll look at Dagon's army first, because Cowboy's going to be very particular about his army, so it'll flit around a lot. Kossar Swordsman as a front line. Very defensive unit. Very capable of holding back the Beastmen tides. Doesn't have massive armor piercing, but isn't going to need it against the Beastmen in theory. We've got the heavy war sleds of Kislev, recently reworked into a very devastating group of bears. Really potent, and that's going to be incredible against the Beastmen, very vulnerable to Sentigos. The Bardiche troops, very good at dealing with any Minotaurs, to an extent Bestigos, things like that come through. We've got Shields of the Tsar. Looks like Dagon is going for an almost Roman tactic, in that these very much is falling. If the battle goes to the Triarii, that will be the Shields of the Tsar, not one step further. Kossars on the flank, and I believe this is a Great Mace with pistols ready to flank around as a shock troop. Kosovite dervishes, winged lancers in the rear, Kosovite dervishes on the flank. Ice Witch of the Tempest, which is the Lord version, I think. I was getting mixed up. Ice Witch, and I honestly can't remember if that's a Lord or a hero. I get them mixed up so much. I think that is a Lord. I don't think he has a Lord in his second army. But I'll eat those words. I have no doubt. Ungor Shielded Spearman as a softening to soak up any missile fire, I would imagine, and close out cheap things, while the Gore Vanguard look for better spots. Ungor Raiders supplementing the main army with Razorgore herds and Kazrak the One Eye on his Razorgore chariot. But that should be an interesting one. Pestigores in the rear. I'm surprised they're in the rear. I will confess. But a well-armoured unit is what those Bardishas are probably going to have to be employed against in this army, though obviously against the rather large pigs as well. Harpies in the back, and a Brace Shaman of Shadows with Occam's Mind Racer. That'll be very nice. Gives 12 extra damage, and bear in mind something like an Ungor only starts at 23, so you can get them up to 35 damage. So if you flank with an Ungor and get your enemy to go, that's not a big deal, and all of a sudden it is. Enfeebling Foe to drop the leadership and base damage of Kislev. Might be able to time that with Buy Our Blood procs in a useful way, and if you can kill the Lord, you can rattle the shields of the Tsar that otherwise would cause problems. Penumbral Pendulum, cut a swathe, and the Jagged Dagger to keep the spells coming. I'll see what spells wasn't what I thought I would do at all. Let's find Dagon's Mage over in the trees. Excuse me. And Ice Witch of Tempest with Hawks of Misha, very good against Beastmen. Swift Wing, no surprises there, that's going to mean he can charge uphill. Gust of True Flight. That I am surprised about. I mean, he could put it on his archers. But I suspect that's for a unit in his second army. And is that Blizzard? No, Biting Wind. So they're both very possible. They're going to put lines through. It's how new is this map? It's not the newest. It's older. It's newer than the map we just played on, and it's newer than the next two maps. I've actually done the order of maps in this tournament is the order they came in. And battle is starting. Cowboy going for a much narrower army initially than Dagon has. I nearly called them both Cowboy, then that would have got confusing. Dagon trying to hit the hills with the Kosovite dervishes. I say trying, he's succeeding. Wow. One Ungor Raider really getting ahead of his friends there. He's really eager for battle, along with their leader. I don't know why that happens, I'll be honest. Something about having an officer sometimes makes a couple of them run ahead. This guy done. Cowboy has left a unit of Ungors to make sure that when the 4-minute mark hits... Oh, battle's joined. He gets the point. Dagon seems to be doing likewise. Swift Wings... I thought I saw it on the Winged Lancers. And a relatively level, but no doubt devastating charge into the Gore Herd. With a big charge from the slides. Didn't do incredible damage compared to how it would against many other races because the Beastmen are so large. But a salvo into some Pestigores, some Gores as the Bears get out of there pretty much unscathed, and the flank of the Gore are now exposed as the Winged Lancers arrive, coming down the mountainside and turning the tide. Kossar swordsmen and Ungors the initial clash of this battle. Not sure how that will go. Both units cost the same amount of money. More Ungors, but individually less skilled. Bit of lag going on here. I said I was going to stop mentioning it, but it's more relevant. I can only apologise for that. Nothing can be done. Gives us time to assess the battlefield, which is what the players will be doing here as well. Now, I wouldn't be surprised if Cowboy uses the blistering speed of the Beastmen to come into the back of these Kossar swordsmen, break them off, and then interrupt the other troops before it happens. But he may want to stay on the hill as a defensive position as these cavalry are threatening. The return of the heavy war sleds as the Hawks of Misha come down to herd the troops, and the Ungor raiders going to be taking a pounding there. Hawks of Misha instantly break the Razor Gore herd, finishing off their already battered morale. The Gore Vanguard struggling here, but the heavy war sleds appear to be forfeit. I don't think they are going to live to fight another day, as a penumbral pendulum cuts through the shields of the Tsar. Not insane damage, but you're not going to get that kind of damage on the shield of the Tsar quickly with anything. The Gore Vanguard have unfortunately turned around to dodge the penumbral, so they didn't clip themselves, but then took some damage. The archers there, and the By Our Blood allowing the Kossar swordsmen to be reinforced by the Bardishas. Don't know what happened to that cavalry. Oh, there it is. Swift Wings coming through there with a nice play from Dagon there, trying to force his way through these Shield Ungor spearmen, and he might manage, but that might come at a heavy cost. I'm not convinced of that one. I think that might be throwing good money after bad, but I'm wrong. He's going after the wizard, and he's going to close out these Ungor raiders, and Dagon is in a solid position now. I would expect that these Gors are going to be opened up now that the cavalry threat are not there, and collapse in, but it really depends how overwhelming the cavalry play is for Cowboy's micro, because there is a lot going on here for him to pay attention to. Dagon's done a very good job at putting the pressure on, but Cowboy's noticed regardless. Whether he will close out the Kossars or decide to break the Bardish Kossars, I couldn't tell you. Both are incredibly valid options that lead to a very different game. Kosovar Dervishes buckled here, giving the Pestigors a chance to flank around, and the Ungor archers chance to aid their kith and kin. Bardish Kossars taking the point, 2 points to Dagon, 1 to Cowboy. Pestigors pushing through, and the return of the war sleds. Very battered though, they're going to be mostly a projectile at this point. And I don't mean they're going to be used at ranged, I mean I would expect that he does things like his cavalry are getting shot, so he pushes through here, uses the slope of the hill to pound in, and smacks into the Ungor raiders to buy his cavalry some time. That sort of thing. Swiftwing negating the bonus from the Pestigors here and making sure that the troops are... Oh, it's Hawks of Misha. It wasn't at all Swiftwing. And the Hawks being devastating there against the Ungors. Kossars pounding in here. And the Pestigors with an exposed flank. Plenty of armour. Well, I'd say a decent amount of armour. As the troops pound in. Not convinced the Pestigors are going to be the target though. Yeah. Decided to do away with the archers. Put a lot of focus on dealing with the Ungor archers to the extent there might be an elemental bear coming. See here, it thinks Cowboy is significantly ahead on value. I disagree. Dagon's Lord is perfectly fine as well. Yes, I think that this is what I mean about values not showing correctly. I suspect there's something significantly wrong with the Beastmen's calculation. We've seen it before in free-for-alls in the past. Doesn't calculate Beastmen very well at all, as the Winged Lancers once again crash into Ungors, close in for a nice little... Ooh. Beautiful showing by the Winged Lancers. Ungors rallying, and there is only 50 seconds. As the Shield Ungor Spearman break, there's only 50 seconds before the... less now, before the reinforcements arrive. Putting Cowboy back into having a proper force, because his army is very battered here. He's going to find it very difficult to stop the snowball until that 7-minute mark. I've seen comebacks from much worse positions than this, though. I've had them done against me. Harpies really closing out the Cossars. Recently, significantly nerfed the Harpies, but you wouldn't know it. It was only to ranged fire, really. They were weakened. Doesn't make much difference to their still scary melee as they pick clean some of these Cossars. And Cowboy collapses on the point so that he's already in contest as 7 minutes hits, and Cowboy is the first to summon. No, that was rallying troops. I misread that. I'll swig of water real quick. Pestigors contesting, but really struggling to get onto the point at all. That one's Swift Wing onto the it's onto the Ice Witch so that she can run up the hill without being caught. Very good play by Daagon there. I don't think either of them has noticed that it's 7 minutes because the battle is fierce. Dagon has now noticed. Swift Wings and the Patriarch, the first unit summoned in, followed by Cossar Spearmen, Cossar Swordsmen. Now these enemy reinforcements approaching notifications Cowboy will also be getting. So that might make him notice that it's been 7 minutes, and that he has reinforcements. It's actually been 8. I've seen people at nearly 10 minutes realise that they have the money, just because there's so much going on. Congratulations, Pjad. And Cowboy's conceded. A very good showing from Kislev, and well fought by Cowboy. I think that was a fight where a few small victories added up and allowed positional play that was very hard to come back from, and Elemental Bear in the second army, as I did mention. Cowboy couldn't summon anything. That's very odd. Might look into discussing this. Medli's got Cathay against Era's Norsca. Right, Dagon's happy for a rematch if you are Cowboy. But Cowboy's conceding it. Dagon's happy to rematch. But Cowboy's accepting defeat there. accepting that Dagon played well, and very much did. So and Pjad came in and said that he won against Alan. So Dagon won none, and Alan. Pjad won, Alan none. Literally not a thing. What's not a thing? Might have been about something I said before, and I was already on it, and forgot about because there's a delay. Let's put that up, and means PD and Bagel. That counts against Corn. That might take a bit. Cathay and can't remember where I was playing. Norsca. Blocking someone's reinforcement. So what Dagon thought was happening, Alan, was he was trying to shatter units, which would mean that if he was at the unit cap, he wouldn't be able to summon anything more. He hadn't realised it was literally no units. He thought it was just the thing wouldn't appear. And that's what he thought was happening. He thought he'd managed to force, by breaking units and keeping them routing, a block, which is very much possible, but only if you've blocked them at 24 units. Cowboy was at 16 units, so I know that wasn't what the problem was. If you could click the units and nothing happened, it is a bug that I've seen. It's a bug that I've seen in vanilla games as well. I've never seen it for an entire army before. I've seen it for some units. I think Cowboy just had a particularly bad instance of the bug, which is unfortunate. But it's his call on rematching and not, so I will respect his decision. I'll check out where this stands on the Crossroads. So it was Alan's Nurgle and Pjad's Ogres that we missed there. And let's check out where we are here. So Dagon has won one game, Alan's won one game, Bagel's won one game, Pjad's won one game, and PD's won one game. And either Error or Medli will have won one game, with Pjad ahead on 2 games. So Pjad in the strongest position so far. But if PD beats Bagel, then Pjad and PD will both be on 2 wins each. Okay, DeCastro, nice of you to drop in. Who are you against next, Pjad? It will depend who wins what game. You will be, if PD wins against Bagel, you'll be against PD. That's the site that I'm using here, that the screen is on, is going to figure it out for me, which is very helpful. But it will tend to be the people who won these games. So you could be against Dagon, you could be against whoever wins of PD and Bagel, you could be against whoever wins of Error and Medli. But I think because Error and Medli lost their first games, it will be either PD, Bagel, or Dagon. I think it'll actually be either PD or Bagel, but I'm not sure. I think it's whoever wins of those two. I think Alan will be against the other one of those 2 players. I might actually I might watch that game. We haven't watched one of Alan's yet. So I might watch an Alan game next. Especially if it's against Bagel, because we haven't seen him play either. Bagel versus PD is currently... Oh! It just ended. Because the game just appeared. Bagel won. So, Bagel won. So, Bagel... PD, submit the scores. So we now wait on Medli and Error. And see where that leaves us. So PD's vampire count's lost to Bagel's Corn. Which means Pjad is the only player with 2 wins so far. So whoever's next against Pjad, if they'd like to beat him, that'll leave everything nice and close and in contention and make me have to do lots of tiebreak nonsense. Just the Error Medli battle. Obviously I can't. Unfortunately there's no way to join in partway through with a spectate, which is a shame because that would be something that would be very nice to be able to do. But, you know. I assume that laughing is at my tie breaks and the need for keeping you getting too cocky. But with some good... Oh no, Bagel has won 2 games. So Bagel's also won 2. So Bagel and Pjad are both on 2 each. So they'll be fighting each other, I would imagine. I think it'll be PD against Alan, Pjad against Bagel, Dagon against the victor of Error and Medli, and Cowboy against whoever loses out of Medli and Error. I'll double check. Don't obviously get all started based on that. But that's 2 wins against 2 wins, 1 win against 1 win, 1 win against 1 win. Yes, that I'm 90% sure that that's how it will do it. But I'm not going to overrule it if it decides differently. So there'll be a minute's break here while I sort some more water, etc. So that gives everyone a chance to do the same, and And we're back. Let's find out what happened if it's over with Medli and Error. Yeah, don't go against him yet, Pjadtron, in case I'm wrong about how it's going to organise it. Let's switch what you guys can see, because you'll be fed up with that image by now, I'm sure. Yeah, there is these the downside for people watching of this format, but it does mean we can have much bigger tournaments, and they don't take 3 days. Especially with there being domination, and each game potentially being half an hour. Looks like this game is still going on, so what I might do is have a look. So Khorne seems to be doing quite well. We've seen Kislev. So we've currently got Cathay against... What's the... against Norsca. Your domination, Cowboy, is a lot of juggling. There's a lot going on in between individual moments that is very easy to miss what's happening in places. I do think generally it's the same reason that I do for people who are starting. I will always start with land with them, because there's so much going on with it that it ends up quite messy. And I do expect that the juggling is for clowns. I do expect that the next tournament will be a land battle one. Just because people who prefer land battle have done the domination, I'll try and keep things relatively even. Ideally, we'll get some maps going for both that are new. Yeah, domination's fun, and I do like both, to be honest. They both have different strengths and weaknesses, so there's definitely a place for both game modes. Bagel crumped you up real good, did he, PD? Yeah, I did see your screenshot in the Discord, which is a decent opportunity to plug my Discord that's in the description, where everyone plays loads, and people chat about it, and there's quite a social side to it, as well as being able to join in the multiplayer games. And we also play other games like Dark Tide and Age of Empires, Age of Mythology, for those who have a hankering for 20-year-old games. And so feel free to hop in there and make yourself known. But yes, PD had posted a screenshot of his and Bagel's battle in the Discord, and it appears the Knights of the Brazen Throne did some absolutely insane things. So I'd be interested in seeing that replay. Reminder to everyone who's playing is in between games that if you haven't got any replays, we do have a replays channel, and I would appreciate any of them going in there. Obviously, it's also an appropriate time to plug PD's stream. He will be streaming right now over on his YouTube, which is PDThePowerDragon. He's streaming his perspective from this tournament, so if you would like to see any of his games that I'm not covering, go have a look over there. He does some great commentary. And he has a very swanky new computer, so everything's going to be smooth as butter. And you'll be able to see what an individual player is thinking rather than someone watching the whole battle, if that's a preference. PD's ended his stream. In that case, don't head over to PD's stream, but still go over to his YouTube and subscribe to him and then come back. Yeah, the downtime is difficult, especially if one game is called short. It's why I'm sort of talking to the void at the moment. It's a good job that I can top my own ear off. The battle between Error and Medli does appear to be quite a long one compared to the other battles in this round. But this round does appear to have been all short games, with the exception of Error and Medli. Error's and Medli's game is the normal length of game. It's the other ones that have been earlier. The Dagon Cowboy one was 8 minutes, more or less, and it wasn't long. And Pjad's and Alan's was during that, so I expect they made armies faster and had a similar length game. But that's purely guesswork. And they won't make armies slower. The Cowboy versus Dagon, that's the one that was already going. I was just seeing if one had opened. I'm just refreshing the list periodically to see if a Medli Error one pops up, because that means the game's ended. But it doesn't appear that that's happened yet. But it's an opportunity for anyone to ask anything. There's probably not a great deal of... I know a lot of the people who are in the chat are the players, so they know exactly what's going on. But there's a few that aren't, so... if there's anything about the domination games, or more generally, just fire it out and it'll give us something in the downtime. Which I believe PD is currently showing people where to get their replays by the preview in Steam, but I'm not sure for certain that's what's going on. So we might as well look at something else, because you've looked at this screen for some time, as have I. So let's look at the Crossroads a little bit. Cowboys, Beastmen, Dagon, Kislev. The faction stats now. So Korn's been doing very well this tournament, but are still only at a 65. Vampire Counts equalising slightly because they've had a loss. Dwarfs equalising slightly because they've had a loss. And Skaven hitting the 50%. Norsca was a mirror match. But we'll find out what about between it and Cathay momentarily. What else has happened? What did Alan play? Alan played Nurgle against Pjad's Ogres, so that's equalised those ever so slightly. Has it? I thought those were already the stats for Nurgle. So let's have a look at that. No, they weren't. They were previously only on one loss. I just misremembered. But that, from a modding perspective, this is great news, because it's equalising all the win rates somewhat. And some solid stuff from players all around there. Just hop into... I'll tell you what, we'll go back to there. But as you guys are in voice chat with Medli, I'll find out quite quickly when their game ends. Her and Arrow will be fighting for a bit. I'd imagine it'll wrap up soon. Games are a fairly set length as a maximum, because when you've taken, unless someone doesn't capture the initial point for quite some time, the game tends to force itself to be over within half an hour. And that half an hour will have been while we were doing games, so don't be concerned that you have to sit waiting for half an hour. But we are almost halfway through. Tell you what we could do. I've just been mentioned in the Discord. With a replay. That's fine. Cowboy says Cowboy needs a buff. No, not yet, Pjad. We'll wait for Error and Medli. As soon as we know the result of their game, I can put it in and we'll find out. I suspect you're against Bagel, but I can't be sure. It might know something I don't, and if it does, then it'll mess things up. So I will take this opportunity though, just to talk mod. So if I show you on Chrome here, and go on and discuss some, you know what? We've had a lot of fun with campaign recently. We've just been doing a multiplayer campaign in the server of a bunch of us, and it's reminded me to just show some of this stuff. So I'm on vanilla here. I knew something was wrong. So there's things like this here. The reason I instantly knew it was vanilla before is that previously armor worked in a completely different way. So you can see on this site, which is brilliant by the way, the rolls of armor. This hasn't been updated since the barrier changed for signature of the day, unfortunately, so that's inaccurate, but it tells you all things like battle camera distances, your 7 minutes for updates, and how it affects by different unit size, etc. And you can just learn quite a lot about it if you're interested by using this. Just make sure it's set to the Duke examinations, otherwise you'll actually find out what vanilla's like. But if you're a vanilla player, that's useful too. You can find all the units on the units card sections, so you can look at things like the entire Skeggy roster by looking on the unit cards. Complete new roster with the mod, and you can also look at things like Cathay, who've had a whole hell of a lot added to them in the mod. Actually, there's a few units missing there. I'll let him know when I've done this. Cement that due an update. Medli's typing. I think we have our result. Which means we'll be getting back into it in just a moment. Let's see. Let's find out what happened. Really, stop typing. $50. Oh, GC. So it sounds like Medli won. So nil to Grand Cathay, which is what I think GC is. Which means we have our next fight. So Pjadtron is against BagelofWar. Fatal Cowboy is against Error. PDThePowerDragon is against Medli, and Alan is against Dagon. Now, we'll see what games go up, and Medli won. Excellent, that's all sorted then. You have the brackets shown. If you, I forgot to actually put them on the screen, which is unhelpful of me. They were clear as day to me. But here we are. Dagon against AlanB, PDThePowerDragon against Medli, Fatal Cowboy against Error, and Pjadtron against BagelofWar. The map is Frontier. And I think... Yes, you can start up, Pjad. The map is Frontier. I believe I already mentioned it, but it doesn't hurt to repeat every now and then. We'll watch PD against Medli, I think. And then we haven't seen. We've seen both of those. We'll watch Pjadtron against Bagel. That's what we'll watch. And then we'll make sure to get either an Error or Alan game in round 4. So that pretty much everyone's been seen, and then into the final we will find out what people have got there. We will find out what people's factions are in the tournament chat. So PD against Medli is Tomb Kings against Cathay. Well, that is tempting. I'm guessing it's Khorne against Ogres, but I don't know if Bagel and Pjadtron have... See if it swings who I decide to watch. Tomb Kings against Cathay is very tempting. What about the people watching? Do you have a preference? We've got Khorne and Ogre Kingdoms of players who've won 2 games each. We've got Alan, who we haven't seen yet. We've got Error, who we haven't seen yet, in his fight against Cowboy. We've got PD and Medli, which is PD as Tomb Kings against Medli as Cathay. We haven't seen any Cathay, we haven't seen Tomb Kings yet. We haven't seen any Khorne and Ogres, despite there being quite a lot of it. So, or we can see what Alan Dagon are doing. I'll see if you guys have a preference. Let me see if these... Yeah, see, these armies aren't starting to be built yet. Medli versus PD, are they already... You know what, I'm going to put this thing up so that you guys can't see it, if in case their armies are already built. See, Medli against PD, their armies are already set up. Cowboy against Error, Skeggy against Kislev. Oh, that's tempting. I think this is the first time. Oh no, we saw Skeggy in a as Trials of the Inch tournament where you'd have random armies. Skeggy and Kislev, Tomb Kings and Cathay. I think we'll watch Medli and PD purely because their armies are pretty much ready. Yeah, they're already ready. So we're going to watch this. We either end up in a short game, in which case we get to watch a second one, or we end up in a long game, in which case there won't be much downtime. So I think this is the most fun thing for us to do. So we've got a very interesting Cathayan army, and a very PD Tomb Kings army. It's exactly what I would expect him to bring, almost to the letter. I'm surprised at the sword and board Tomb Guard. It's going to be very difficult. Yes, you can see Medli's Grand Cathay in the mod. I've seen her through Turin's streams in the past play vanilla Grand Cathay. Yeah, and it's Frontier, so it's a pretty map. Bit harder to see when you look that way. But we'll look at these armies. We'll start with PD's, because I can predict where he's going to put things more easily. I've played with him many times, and I played with Medli once. So Skeleton Spearman front line, with Nehekara warriors behind. Shabti getting the Necrotect to keep them fresh and healed, and the Bone Giant providing support. Then we have Nehekara and Horsemen on the flank, with the Skeleton Chariots that PD is guaranteed to bring. Of course, Medli, I don't believe, has ever fought PD, and so won't know things like this, so she'll be fighting Tomb Kings rather than Tomb Kings brackets PD. And then he's got Tomb Guardsmen to go threaten point 1. I like the army. I'm slightly concerned by the sheer amount of health points that he's going to have to chew through to threaten Medli. She has Peasant Spear frontline, and she has 6 of those. Jade Halberdiers, 4 of, providing some heavier metal, and good armour piercing, going to be very good against constructs, and skeletons aren't going to do so hot against them. Then we've got Jade Crossbows to provide a bit of yin. Shang Repeaters, so they're yang, but we'll be getting bonuses from the Grand Cannon's yin. Yin from the Jade Crossbowmen, also going to be good against constructs. And then we have flexible mobile yin in the form of Peasant Horsemen, and yang from the Jade Lancers, with a yang caster above, providing what should be some quite nice magic. Might have Heaven and Earth, Jade Shield, Dragon's Breath. So none of the big Wall of Wind and Fire or Constellation of the Dragon. I am surprised at that. And the initial volley kills a Skeleton Archer. Looked cool though. The Ark of the Blacks here. Let's find out what he brought. Spirit Leech, Purple Sun, and Doom and Darkness. I'm surprised only 3 spells per player. No, I find typically 4 to 5 is where I will be looking, but that is partly personal preference. It really depends how the money lines up. Carrion, definitely going to be a problem for Medli's forces. Oh, what a devastating shot by the Bone Giant, picking off 7 of the peasants and sending them flying. It might be that Medli has to land her Dragon-Blooded Shugengun Lord of Yang, because these Carrion aren't scared of the bows at all, being skeletal. And Model losses on the skeletons, but not devastatingly so. With a whiffed shot gun, so in fact it isn't even aiming at the peasant space, it's aiming at the Jade Halberdiers. It's one of those things where people go, ooh, that artillery is accurate, and it was never actually shooting at that target. But that was a good shot on the Jade Halberdiers, as it was targeting the Shangyang repeaters. Crossbow bolts into the neck arrow warrior. Not going to do much, but it'll do something. I do hope Medli's aware of the skeleton things. And how they don't take much damage from the range at all. Those skeleton chariots are going to be dangerous, but if the Jade Lancers respond, PD could find those skeleton chariots very short-lived. Medli's taken this Norscan fort, while the Dark Elf one is very much contested. PD has put all his forces really into this side, while Medli has split hers. We'll see how that has a bearing as the battle develops. The skeleton chariots very much doing well, really cleaning up the peasant longspears in a very scary way. Dragon-blooded Yang Lord stopped there. Shangyang repeaters being launched straight through a wall, entertainingly, but then getting back up. Very heavy troop and chopping away with their maces into the chariots as the carrion are caught out by the lancers, but the skeletons descend on the Grand Cathay troops as the cannons pound towards the Bone Giant and knock out a couple of chariots by happy chance. Medli is, according to this, ahead on value. I suspect that's true. It's value against the undead that are constantly regen though, which means it's very much up in the air. It's much more about the positional play, and I think that's part of why PD does so well in undead battles. He is very good at sacrificial plays. That's the Purple Son of Xerius. That's going to do significant damage to those Jade Lancers and fair damage to the crossbows. Nice cast by Ark and the Black. Racking up a lot of value. No extreme damage, but a lot of value. He's also got rid of the charge speed temporarily on the Jade Lancers, who are now recovering, but have a fairly wet charge into the Neckar Warriors because of Purple Son of Xerius. Medli's infantry have mostly crumbled on this right flank, but it's worth noting she still has an almost unassailable position over there on her left flank. Big Dragon's Breath splatting into the skeleton spearman as the Longmer riding Lord flees the carrion sensibly, and the skeleton chariots move around causing problems. Wouldn't be surprised to see the peasant horsemen attempt to flank around there. Oh! I had not realised the Lord was in that much peril. The halberdiers are going to rip apart the chariots, I think, though, here. There's some momentum lost, so a good number of chariots are likely to fall here. I can't guarantee it. It depends on the animation timings. None but a lot of health. The halberdiers are holding back the tide. You and Error are starting late, Cowboy. You might be able to watch your game. Ideal, because I haven't seen Error yet. And we only saw a glitch one of yours, so it'd be nice if that's the case. The Shangyang repeaters pinned against a wall by cavalry and infantry, and honestly they're fine with that. To say they're a crossbow unit, they're also a mace unit, and they're quite content to take the pounding and fight on. Cavalry compromising the Bone Giant. It's an okay melee combatant, but PD obviously doesn't want that fight. Peasant horseman over on the flank, about to be closed out by Neckar warriors. Or actually, no, it's just a Mexican standoff. We have in the centre the chariots causing yet more havoc. 700 value so far, but 17,000 damage. Done a lot to mitigate the heavy infantry approach that Medli has taken, as the crossbows, yeah, pound into the bone giant, and the horsemen screen the skeleton spearmen for the halberdiers to arrive. And this is what I was really concerned about from PD's build. That these Jade Halberdiers are going to be such a roadblock. He has 2 points though, so he will be ahead on points going into this second wave, which is starting right now. Or at least it would be if they're called in reinforcements, but they're able to now. So we have the Nagashizar Guard as the first unit. Oh, enemy army unit's ability has spawned a unit. There's some Realm of Souls of Shabti appeared. It's worth knowing that they don't disintegrate in this mod. Here they are. But they're obviously a one-off. They've already taken decent damage, but they've already done decent damage. So we've got the Nagashizar Guard going in for PD. Often referred to as the hardest unit to kill in the game. Though we did see them blended the other day. Peasant Longspears surprisingly holding against the skeleton chariots there. An unlucky charge for PD. And the charge reflector bonus that Medli's troops will have there, very good. Purple Son of Xerius destroying a lot of the last of the resistance and this first force. The Celestial Cataphracts coming crashing through in Medli's reinforcing army, along with 2 units of peasant macemen. Jade Halberdiers, oh no, they're not Jade Halberdiers, the Celestial Dragon Guard twice, and the Terracotta Sentinel bringing the yin. Jade Assault Infantry, excellent at taking points. Nehekara Warriors, along with Great Boat of Shabti, they're struggling to get shots because both the Dip and the Nehekara Horsemen blocking slightly there. I think PD should probably reposition those if he gets chance. Bone Giant just whiffing. Terracotta Sentinel has decided it's enough of Arcan's magic. PD has noticed this and is now scrambling troops into the defence, and what a shot by the Bone Giant! Didn't do vast amounts of damage because the Terracotta Sentinel has big health pool and missile resistance, but it has stopped the Terracotta Sentinel in its tracks and saved Arcan the Black. I'm not convinced that if that shot missed, Arcan doesn't fall. Oh, too many negatives there, I don't even know what I said. The game has been paused. I imagine the player called for it. And we're continuing. Skeleton archers being compromised by the peasant long spears, but doing a very good job of keeping them off the point. And they're on the point anyway. Another shot to the face of the Terracotta Sentinel up on the Bone Giant. It might not do that much damage. In fact, it doesn't do that much damage. But all the damage against that Sentinel is useful. Wow! And it's stunning it each time. It's interrupting its animations. It's really making the Oshabte and the Nagashizar Guard do significantly better than they otherwise would. And that's another hit. There's no way these Celestial Dragon Guard are not sent into that Bone Giant, which means the Bone Giant's also possibly saved Arcan another time. Another big hit into the Terracotta Sentinel, bringing its binding down to critical, and you just know that Medli's had enough of that Bone Giant. Whooshing War Compass giving nice charge resistance to the Jade Assault troops. They will be currently having a significant amount, I forget exactly the figure, 88% from the Whooshing War Compass giving harmony bonuses as well as harmony in an area. PD will obviously want that not to be alive, and will be doing everything he can to stop it. But those Tomb Guard... Oh! Big chariot charge mid-sentence. I didn't know how to react. The Celestial Cataphracts are flanking as the Terracotta Sentinel has reached the Bone Giant. And we may see a nice Cataphract charge. There's a few opportunities here for Celestial Cataphract charges. May go clear up the Great Bows. There's no shortage of targets, I will just say that much. You've got opportunities here, 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 and here. All for those Cataphracts. It could even come here and here. Oh, it gave up on my pen, it had done that much. But both players playing well here. Celestial Dragon Guard holding off the Nehekaran Horsemen. The Nehekaran troops doing a very good job of tiring the Cathayans. Celestial Dragon Guard very happy just to fight whatever is thrown their way. Terracotta Sentinel against Bone Giant. Terracotta Sentinel is the favourite to win that, but doesn't have insane AP. And the enemy has captured a victory point, I believe. Point... I don't know which. It started saying it and stopped halfway through. Arrows heading back into the Whooshing War Compass with the Jade Assault troops, excellent choice, and the Cataphracts. Most of the Cataphracts actually, into the Great Book of Shabtai to save that Whooshing War Compass and keep those buffs coming. Jade Crossbowmen run down by the chariots. Excellent chariot play by PD, a real tour de force of undead Egyptians as far as the chariots are concerned. Very messy battle in the middle, wouldn't want to put money on it. It's very difficult to tell exactly what's happening here. I suspect the Nagashizar Guard will outlast the Celestial Dragon Guard, but neither of those units wants to die. The Celestial Cataphracts crashing into the chariots and stopping them completely in their tracks with their nice charge resist, because they are Yang. We're getting that from the Whooshing War Compass as the Peasant Macemen destroy a chariot over there, and the Jade Assault troops with their short Gs fight the Great Boat of Shabtai's 1 minute from reinforcements. Peasant Horsemen coming in to help the Whooshing War Compass and Peasant Macemen against the Skeleton Chariots, and if they get lucky, into Arkan. But Arkan summoned 100 Skeleton Warriors who are instantly launched back whence they came. And the Terracotta Sentinel has closed out even more the Bone Giant as the Peasant Longspears buckle in the centre. Medli's value reading very ahead here, but Medli has conceded because, as was the next half of the sentence, but a lot of that is inflated from the undead. A very good showing by both players, very close. It does not take many interactions against the undead to very much swing that in the opposite direction. It's one of the reasons that they are so hard to face and so hard to play, is that very small differences add up against the undead. Insane value on the carrion. Bone Giant didn't pay for itself as far as damage is concerned, definitely did in function. Some impressive play by both players, and congratulations to PD. Let's see. Cowboy versus Error still hasn't started, so we can look there, and nor has Alan against. But we're gonna watch this one. There are definitely things that I can tell you don't know at this point, Medli, just from lack of experience. But I do also think you're a very good player, and little pieces of information will are going to make you a force to be reckoned with. There's a lot of the fundamental things that take most players a very long time to get to grips with. Seems to be not all worry on the pause PD. A lot of things that take people traditionally a long time to get to grips with, you're already good at. And so I think a few games here and there, and people are going to end up being rather scared of facing you. But onto this battle. Skeggy in a tournament. So many chariots. Yes. This is what I said in the commentary, actually, is that you were fighting Tomb Kings, and it was PD's Tomb Kings, which meant chariots. PD's a big fan of Tomb King's chariots and will always bring them. It's definitely something that is iconic from him, but obviously, as you haven't fought him often, there was no way you could possibly have not unless you've been trying to get the lowdown on each player. Yeah, and I have every confidence that you've got all the makings of a terrifying player. I've seen the gameplay from your perspective. In both instances, I was addressing Medli, but it works for PD as well. Both very good players. And into this battle, Skeggy in a tournament. I'm so glad to see them. Mere Spearman as the front line, backed by Kislev. Actually, it's Cowboy's army. I'll do errors first. We have light war sleds on the flank.
Our missile battalions are unmatched.
Cossack axemen and Cossars. A front line with Cossack axemen, shields of the Tsar. And Error does this often. He alternates the units between two different types. It's his favourite way to build a front line. So you'll find that it's shields, axe, shield, axe, shield, axe, shield, axe. Archers behind. Swift wings to cut down any light cav. Light war sleds to pepper and charge Boris Ursus. And on Cowboy's side we have Mere Spearmen, who are Saurus spear wielding Norscans. Very competent, immune to psych, used to dinosaurs. Then we've got cold ones, who are the same as Lizardmen ones. For Kislev, great armour piercing and terror. Not actually terror, but leadership effectors. They have this dread effect that's very useful. Frontiersmen, long range riflemen with axes. Warmbloods, very similar to Free Company in essence. Lost Ericsson, his hunt won't be any good against these because they're not lizardmen, but his old ways will come in very handy during this battle. And a Shaman Sorcerer of Death with Spirit Leech, Purple Sun, Doom Darkness and Aspect of the Dread Knight. Very good choices there. And the Devil Gun Carrier. Excuse me. A dinosaur with a cannon on the back. How could you not want a dinosaur with a cannon on the back? It's Warhammer. Very vanguarded army from Cowboy. And yes, building armies is not initially easy. I have been considering putting together a brief video of my advice on building armies, but failing that, I'm very happy to assist with any questions from individuals on army builds. But we are in. Neither player's moved just yet. Cowboy having some initial control issues, it seems. It occasionally does happen with his control groups. I don't know if he's got like a sticky alt key or something. It occasionally happens for Cowboy. And yeah, he's done what he often does in situations like this and says, "I'll just have a line," which is fine. It gives him time. Fortunately for him, Kislev aren't that fast. Especially if they're keeping pace with the Cossar Axemen, who are a mere 31. It appears Error's opted for a checkerboard switch rather than a straight front line, but has put the pistols at the front, which is surprising. I thought if he was going to do that, he'd put the pistols at the back. But he has reorganised slightly from his traditional 1-2-1-2-1-2. Cowboy slightly missed the victory point on that one. It's alright. Ill noticed by the time it matters, I would imagine. Just got a messy start. And Error's very much contesting the right side, while Cowboy takes the left, as we're looking at it here. And yes, as PD points out, Undead always look like they really won or really didn't. But it amplifies the situation. It's why they're so difficult on both sides. And the big frontiersman volley. Look at that. Going straight into the start of those Cathay axemen. Only killing a couple, but injuring plenty. He had. I feel sorry for that guy. First blood of the battle. The shield can't save you from bullets. Shit. The cuirass can though. They have a 30% missile resist on the Warm Bloods because they're wearing a cuirass, whereas the Lamella of the Cathay axemen is no good against the bullets. Battle is joined in a big way as the light war sleds move over to the flank, pouring on the fire as they go. We could actually see a new war wagon approach from Cowboy as well, which could be interesting. I don't know that we will, but it's plausible, as Skeggy have their own type of war wagons. Big shots from the frontiersmen again into the Cathay axemen, who, despite having 93 models, have lost a massive chunk of health, but a nice push through here by Error, which means he can probably fold reasonably into these positions, either with shot or with melee. The Warm Bloods, I don't know who's caught whom there, but the Swift Wings are going to be systematically ripped apart by the Cold Ones. They have the defence to hold them off for a while, but they're not going to successfully do it for a great deal of time. Purple Son of Xerius evidently hit the Kislevite troops here and broke them off, forcing Error's troops to move back, making a nice volley in with the pistols. Oh, as Dagon picked Skeggy against Alan. What's Alan played?
Sigmar demands blood.
Oh, did you just get mixed up who we were watching? This is Error and Cowboy. So many shields, so many guns. I agree with that. There are a lot here. Oh, we have a Huskal summon. The old ways are best sometimes. Here we don't see it. There it is. Huskals of old here to they might only be a small group. They're fairly skilled, and they'll charge into the back of these troops for free, basically. And the Devil Gun Carrier pounding in at the Kislevite troops. The Cossars have compromised the frontiersmen pretty well. Haven't managed to engage that many models at a time. Oh yeah, that's fine, PD. Easy mistake to make. Alan does play Kislev, and Dagon would very much bring Skeggy because he was facing Alan. Swift Wings eventually destroyed by the double cold one. And a nice volley into Boris Ursus. Cowboy looking in a commanding position here, but Error has reclaimed point 1. Hear the purr of the guns.
Sorcery.
Oh, astounding sounds coming from this battlefield. I stopped speaking for a moment there just to enjoy them.
I'll die on this field. Good. They are using
And there goes the cannonball from the Devil Gun Carrier straight through those two Cossars. The Mace Spearman holding back the Cossack Axeman as a big hit from the Devil Gun Carrier devastates the Cossack Axeman. Yes, I can confirm that Empire are very fun. They're my most played of late. Cathay and Empire have been my... oh, and another one! Most recent, though. I think I'm going to be playing a lot of Tzeentch. Starting now, as they got a rework 2 days ago. That made them a lot more fun. But Empire recently got much better infantry that makes them entertaining. And I'm playing a campaign of Karl Franz at the moment. This right flank has been a commanding win for Error, much to his credit, because the troops there, I think, were relatively even. I'm impressed by what he's managed to do there. If these sleds rout off those Warmbloods before they move on, and looks like he's come to the same conclusion, it will consolidate point 1 much better. For Fisseljäger, very good choice against these troops, because Error very much leans into elites. It's controlled by Skeggy, but it's swapping to Kislev. Because a couple of Cossars have got stuck on it, and it counts the unit. If any of the unit are on the point, all the units on the point as far as capture weight is concerned. So when these Cossars die, it'll swap back to Skeggy hands. Until then, it'll be in his favour. Cowboy appears to have misplayed slightly with his Devil Gun Carrier there, but he will keep it alive against those. He could charge down the hill in melee. Cowboy does look like he's in the lead. I think this is a slightly misleading gold damage value. So much so that I'm going to do that. But I do agree that he is slightly in the lead here. He's got 100 points and a slightly nicer position. But the slightly nicer position is about to get a lot worse with Cossack Axeman closing out Lost Ericsson. Huskarls of old gonna block up Error's spawns, though. I don't think that's the intent. I honestly think that's just he gave an attack order and it's continued. But right as the 7 minutes is about to hit, Cowboy has troops stopping Error's spawns, but Error is collapsing in on point 2. The Mace Spearmen have broken and Error has taken point 2, but the guns are not shut down, which is of significance. Half the guns are not shut down. And no one's called in reinforcements yet. Enemy reinforcements approaching, enemy being Error. Let's hope Cowboy doesn't have the same issue as his last game. And we have Warbear Riders with a slightly wet charge. There's nothing quite like charging into a unit moving in the opposite direction. Enemy reinforcements are approaching. Cowboy still got all his supply, but successfully managed to call in reinforcements this time. Okay. Welcome to Jurassic Park, I guess.
It is against Sigmar's teachings.
A very eclectic mix of troops from Cowboy here. This is going to be a fun one. A double Carnosaur coming in. Spine breakers coming in with maces. Second Sons to clear any chaff away. Wow, wow, wow. I was not ready for that. I have no idea what to expect from this army of Cowboys. Mere Knights as well, gone heavy into the mobility here. He obviously thinks his infantry are sufficient to the task. I suspect he'll move around his cheap troops, or maybe hold on to a skink. Error here with light troops. I don't often see those from Error. Blades of the Ice Court, Ice Guard, and double woodsman. Yeah, I really did not expect double Carnosaur, but let's see. Oh, and the Devil Gun Carrier lining up against the Shields of the Tsar with a nice hit in and a very lucky Huskarl as it skims the back of him. Yeah, I'm beginning to think Cowboy deliberately saved it, saw the bears and went, right, I know what I'm doing about that. Error sending Swords of the Tsar over to the right flank as we're looking at now, point 3, to shut down the skink thralls. Nice clip of the Kossar Axeman by the Devil Gun Carrier there. For Fisseljäger coming in against the Kossar Axeman. The Kossar Axeman are fresh, that will be a very one-sided fight. 2 units of Carnosaurs ripping shields of the Tsar apart. They will not break until the Lord is dead, and the Lord is not dead. Who is it? Boris Ursus? Yes, of course it is. Second Son sweeping across. And Frontiersman with the purr of the guns, which has very much become the soundtrack of this battle. Carnosaur smashing through the Great Mesas, preventing the pistol volleys that could do a lot of damage to them. And that is a Huskarl summon, but I do not see where. Boris Ursus coming in, going for Lost Eriksson, going after that leadership. And Lost Eriksson net by him, a big hit from Erskine. Lost Eriksson down to half health, but the Carnosaur's here to help. Carnosaurs push Boris Ursus back, and with a big hit, both lords are in jeopardy here, and Boris Ursus had activated Fury of Ursun, meaning he's going to rampage. Bears rallying to Boris Ursus. And although there is a fight on point 3 going on, I'm not going to look over there just yet, because this is where things are won and lost. Nice flanking by the Woodsman, probably going to close out either the Devil Gun or the Frontiersman instead. I think the sound of those guns has started to get to Error. I think the Woodsman in the back would have been very good. There's something about the gun sounds that make you want to kill the guns. Boris versus the Carnosaurs don't get Primal Instincts for Skeggy. Unless you break the Primal Instincts, they will turn on you. So they don't get Primal Instincts. Boris Ursus against Lost Eriksson though, very close, but Lost Eriksson's morale couldn't hold. Devil Gun Carrier is putting in a lot of work, and Skeggy has reclaimed the centre point. Boris Ursus chasing away Lost Eriksson. And this looks like the end for the Monster Hunter. But he's getting dangerously close to the Spine Breakers, and he's pulled off! He's let Lost Eriksson live! He didn't want to get caught in the dwarfs. And he wants to go save his other bears. The Ice Guard peppering away at Lost Eriksson's mere 200 life. $178, he's gonna escape. Cowboy's not gonna have the Lord dead penalty, but Error has claimed point 3. And with that takes the lead. Swords of the Tsar, unsurprisingly, butchering skink thralls, but Error has had a slight misplay there because the Swords of the Tsar are going to chase them off the map, leaving this open to a small infantry force to take back. I don't think Cowboy's going to do that though. He only has 300 supply, so he's only really got skinks that could do that for that price, if he even has any in the pool. The Carnosaur is caught out. The second Carnosaur's coming to its aid. In for a penny, in for a pound, and carving a bloody swathe through as he closes out Boris Ursus. 2 exhausted Carnosaurs and a whole lot of Kislevites, and Cowboy realises as the Carnosaur pushes away, but he reinforces with Spine Breakers. As the Spine Breakers smash into Shields of the Tsar and the Mere Knights. Oh, and a nice shot in by the Devil Gun Carrier. Shields of the Tsar surrounded here, but that's what they're for. A great risk of friendly fire here with this Devil Gun Carrier. I'm not sure it should still be firing. Boris Ursus has not fallen. That was Lost Ericsson taken out in the back by Warbear Riders. Boris Ursus being chased by a Carnosaur. This might be a Lord swap. If those frontiersmen get a volley into him, or that Devil Gun Carrier gets a good shot, and the frontiersman just fired in. 58 health on Boris Ursus, 10-0. Both lords are dead. That means that the Zargard can now be broken. They are no longer unbreakable. And they've instantly broken, because they were having too much demanded of them for them to suffer the loss of their lord. And the last of this frontiersman unit about to be cleaned up by the bears as they go to a very unpleasant death at the bottom of that hill. Bears then closing in on the other unit of frontiersmen to shut down the guns. Sorry guys, the noise is going to stop. There they go. Ice Guard holding the trees well. Stopping the routing of Boris Ursus, causing too much of a cascade effect. But the second sons, very good at this. Really fighting in against these troops here. And the arrows plinking away chip damage into the Huskarls, ready for the next wave. Error does still have 2 points. Kislev is ahead. But the dwarfs of the Spine of Sotek disagree. They're going to return point 1 to Skeggy as the bears rip apart some frontiers, but the frontiersmen not pushovers in melee. 61 attack currently, and 4 bonus versus large, so they are bringing down the bears in a reasonable trade, but the woodsmen cannot allow it. We're back to the initial Warhammer trailer with the unarmoured troops of Kislev and their bear, as the Devil Gun Carrier rides into melee and shatters the bears, and it's reinforcement time. Elemental Bear, Shields of the Tsar and Kossar Axemen in so far. For Skeggy we have the Hounds, the Exon Hunt, the Lizard Dogs, and the Warmbloods and Skink Thralls all heading in. Skink Thralls are much slower than normal Skinks because they have to keep pace with the completely not slave of Herfissel Jägers, who keep them in line. Devil Gun Carrier surrounded by woodsmen here, who are very solid against it, and the Devil Gun Carrier is exhausted, but so are the woodsmen. Mere Spearmen heading into the back, and the frontiersmen just to remind us that they're not all gone. Big Bear heading in to the Mere Knights and giving them what for. Big hits by the bear there. They are slightly skilled for the bear though, the Mere Knights. Maybe not the best use if they crash into those spine breakers that have significant issues by comparison. He's missing those Mere Knights a lot. Woodsmen have broken, and the battle for point 3 has begun. Are they the Oath Brothers of Tor? They are indeed. Going to struggle on this point. Monstrous infantry getting in between these walls, but they're crashing in, and the Roman Colosseum comes to mind, and the bear mauls the wolves. But the Exon Hunt are designed for this. This is the sort of thing that they are bred for. They're there to fight Saurus. Now these bears are considerably bigger than Saurus, but they're used to being outmatched, and the blinding lightning of Tor comes down, and those Exon Hunt are going to be terrified in a moment as the Elemental Bear shows its boss, smashes straight through. I don't really know what he's doing there. I don't think he gave it attack order. I think that was a move order. Cowboys summoned in some cold ones as the Mere Spearmen chase those off. Cowboy still has 4,000 supply. Error is out. Exon Hunt trading relatively well into the Oath Brothers of Tor, but not loving life as the Oath Brothers decide that actually skinks are food, not friends. Warmblood's taking a big charge there, and Kislev has control of point 1, Skeggy points 2 and 3 at scores at even 16 minutes in. Skeggy, I think, are ahead on value though, but they have to find a way to deal with an elemental bear. But they still have a Canosaur. I thought the Canosaurs were out, but I was wrong. We get a Kaiju fight. But as with most Kaiju fights, a group of very angry people with big guns decide to get involved and shoot the big monsters. These Cossack axemen... Oh, I hear the pistols! As the gaps open up in the Kislevite line and they risk less friendly fire, pistols will fire in, and they are not to be trifled with.
The dogs have secret allies! The enemy leaves the shadow!
Carnosaurs taking a big pounding there as the Devil Gun Carrier takes up the mantle of new Kaiju. Elemental Bear breathing back. Drained, unfortunately, for Error. But it would appear that the Shaman Sorcerer of Death is going to go down here. Warm Bloods taking out the Swords of the Tsar. But that means their pistols are empty, so if these Oath Brothers of Tor decide to go into that fight, they will take a free charge. But I suspect the Elemental Bear is the focus for Error at this moment. The Cossack Axemen, I'm not sure what's going on with this. I suspect they're setting up like that to shoot that way. Check the Elemental Bear, as the Elemental Bear does a quite nice breath attack in, breaks the Mere Knights, breaks the Spine Breakers. I take it back, it's not quite nice, it was lovely. The Frontiersmen have appeared. The gun sounds are back, ladies and gentlemen. We get to hear them once more. But the Woodsmen are going to take point 3 out from Skeggy in what is becoming a very close battle. I don't think Cowboy is ahead on value anymore. I think things are starting to even out. But it is worth mentioning that Cowboy's just summoned some new troops, so I've instantly eaten my words. Carnosaur against Elemental Bear. No way we get the hood on for this. Carnosaur with a big hit. Oh! I was not expecting that. Oh! The Elemental Bear pounding into the Carnosaur. Nothing says Warhammer quite like this. Big hit from the Carnosaur. That is the little Carnosaur that could, because it's fresh. It's a different Carnosaur. It's coming in against a beleaguered Elemental Bear and putting in the work, and the Hofkals, the Temple Guard of Skeggy. Each one with an adapted Temple Guard weapon as a badge of honour on the way in, and those hammers will put in the work. They are very likely, if they charge into this fight, to swing it and kill those Shields of the Tsar. Excuse me. Oath Brothers of Tor help clean up point 3 here. And it's down. Cowboy does have all the cards. He spent the money. But Cowboy's only just spent the money. And we are starting to approach the 21-minute mark. One of your units has been destroyed, and we are... the voice lines refer to Skeggy, because they are in green. Error is peeling back away from the point, trying to draw the troops to where his reinforcements are coming in, I believe. As a few units blink into the side of the Carnosaur. That's the original Carnosaur. That's the first of the 2 Carnosaurs. I thought I'd missed something significant there. Elemental Bear fighting in the trees. And the Carnosaur pulling out there, but wavering. In the distance, the Oath Brothers of Tor ride into battle. And the Shields of the Tsar facing off against the Coldgrims. Carnosaur now exhausted. The Hofgal's fresh. The bear breathing onto the Carnosaur. Shattering the ice guard as it did it. And breaking the Carnosaur. I'd never have thought of it myself, but it worked. The Devil Gun Carrier pounded into by the blades of the Ice Court and tied down by the Shields of the Tsar. And it is that time again. Shield of the Tsar coming in now. Two of them, that's why I was confused. Kossar Great Maces and Kossar Axemen. More Bear Riders, Woodsmen, and Kossar Axemen. On the other side, Cold Ones. Coming to soften the point, I believe. With the Exon Hunt that obviously Cowboy rated the performance of the first time. Mere Spearmen heading in. Mere Spearmen, Shaman Sorcerer of Death from Tearsman and Lost Ericsson hidden in the trees, taking advantage of the fast. Interesting that he chose not to use this one and use this one instead. He's obviously got something planned there. Elemental Bear, which is crumbling. Trying to get a last hurrah. Smashing into the Second Sons. Doing quite a lot of work there for a bear that's exhausted, crumbling, and about to die. And it will disappear into the ether as another set of bears come charging through. And what a time for lag. That was perfect, to be honest. Let me have a slow motion end to the bear. I think the Bear Riders actually missed their charge order there. I think that was running in. I think that was the issue. The Oath Brothers of Tor are there. Point 2 is swinging from Skeggy to Kislev. If those Second Sons can be broken, error is in the game. $230 points needed for Cowboy. 423 points for error. Which means if error takes this point right now and holds it, he does not need a triple cap. If he takes it in the next 10 or so seconds, that still applies. Every second your opponent has it, that's 2 points difference. One that they get and one that you didn't. Devil Gun Carrier tied up by the Woodsman, and Cowboy and Skeggy are going to have no choice but to threaten the centre here or push in heavily against these troops. Now the Mere Spearmen are very vulnerable to the Kossars here, but the Swords of the Tsar can break because Boris Ursus is dead. Warbear Riders moving in. If Cowboy takes back a point, he wins. Error holds it, he wins. There's going to be a very close one. Shield of the Tsar holding back the Mere Spearmen. Swords of the Tsar holding back the Second Sons. The expectation here from me is that Cowboy comes this way, comes in the back with the dinosaurs, but his Carnosaur might have slightly overextended there. It's not quite in the pistol range of those Kossar Axemen, but the Great Maces line up. If Error can nail this pistol play, this Carnosaur might be out for the count, and that might be the swing that Error needs. That Carnosaur really getting the worst of it here, and Cowboy's noticed and is closing out the Axemen, but the amount of damage that Carnosaur took there is far from insubstantial. Warmbloods pushing through the centre, trying to take the point while the Cossars are distracted. The Cossar Great Mace is still focused on the Carnosaur. If they close out that unit, Era stands a much better chance. Cowboy's still threatening point 3 and forcing Era's micro to be in multiple places at a time. Good play by him. His chances of taking the point are slim, but not none, which means that Era has to devote attention to it, and then Cowboy can win the fight he really intends to. Great Mace is squeezing into the Warmblood to try and stop the cap, but the Carnosaur pulling the Axemen across, and there are fewer Axemen than there are Warmbloods, so if he's on that, the cap might start. Era pushing onto the point and forcing Cowboy to pull troops over there. We may get a point swap. Hofkarl's fresh, charging in, and these are exactly the troops that can do well against the armoured Kislevites. They are going to be absolutely devastating in this fight, but there is not long left. Point 2 is swinging, Kislev is pouring onto point 1, and point 3 still under threat with only archers holding back the mere spearmen. Hofkarl's pushing in. Warmbloods on the point, going to be firing pistols into the midst of the play. Keeping that Carnosaur going. And the Deathcaster's back! The purple sun of Xerius! And it's on an overlapping blob where all units will get debuffed. And as sound is absorbed by the purple sun, Cowboy may have just secured victory. Era might have snatched it from him. Era with the triple cap in the final sprint. Is it enough? Cowboy is about to take back the point, but he needs a second one. The purple sun broke point 2, but Era forced the overinvestment with a very good play and held with just enough on point 3. And I see no way now that Era does not take this game, with a very clutch play at the end there as Cowboy desperately tries to get his Mace Spearman onto the point and has succeeded, but too late. We have game. Kislev takes it. Victory for Kislev and for Era. Very good play by both players. Solid stuff. Very glad we got to watch that. Just the gun sounds alone were well worth it. That was a very good game, and I congratulate both players there. Knife's edge stuff. Very, very good. Right, there is no way that most of the other games, if not all the other games, are not done by now. So, we will switch to PD against Medli. We did, and PD's 2. So let's input that. Check that we are. Yes, we are. Cowboy against Era. A very close, well fought. Oh, and I gave Era somehow. Era 1, Cowboy 0. Pjad against Bagel. I believe Pjad said he beat Bagel's Corn. Pjad has beaten Bagel, and we are yet to hear from Dagon and Alan. So we will find out what's going on there. In fact, everyone's in the chat. So if one of you could let me know what's happened in that battle, I would appreciate it. Because that's the last piece of information. Alan Kislev against Bretonia and a Daagon victory. So, Daagon 0, submit scores, and we are in to the deciding games. We have Daagon against Medli, BagelofWar against Era, Fatal Cowboy against Alan, Pjadtron against PDThePowerDragon. And as I haven't watched Bagel or Alan yet, I think I'm going to watch Alan and Cowboy. I suspect. There's been some delays for Era's game, so there's a chance I'll catch that one anyway. So let's watch Cowboy against Alan. I've seen Bagel and Era fight more often than Cowboy and Alan. The map for this one is Foot of the Annuli. And it's nice to see the Discord chat bustling while this goes on. Cowboy versus Era Frontier, so that's the last game. Medli versus Dagon. PDThePowerDragon. And we'll close that. And while we wait, I'm going to take the opportunity to go get some water, etc. And then I'll join Alan and Cowboy in their game to spectate. With you. Let's refresh this here list. Cowboy versus Alan. Spectator slot is available. Cowboy and Alan. The map is currently Frontier, needs to be Foot of the Annuli. I will remind everyone in tournament chat. Still on Frontier, so I'll message Cowboy independently. And we have the first information coming in about matchups. PD is playing Vampire Coast against Pjadtron's Wood Elves over in the other match. Here we could already, let me see, their armies haven't started yet, so they might not have picked, they might be browsing. We shall see whether these are the factions or not. Put that back up. So we've definitely got greenskins from Cowboy by the looks of things. I don't know whether Alan switched to his picked faction or not yet. Hope everyone's enjoying it so far. It's been a great tourney to cast. We've got this game and then into the finals. I'll show our state of affairs. So Pjad is 3-0 up so far. He hasn't lost a game. PD has 2 wins to his name, as does Bagel. Error has 1 win. Cowboy doesn't have a win yet. Medli has 1 win. Alan has 1 win. And Dagon has 2. So Bagel, Dagon, PD and Pjad, all potential finalists. And it appears we have greenskins against Warriors of Chaos. So I will switch us back into the game. Should be a very interesting one, greenskins, Warriors of Chaos. I'm not quite sure what to expect from either player. But if it's anything like the same ballpark as close as our last game, then I'll be very pleased. Some Steam errors, seemingly. Hopefully we'll skirt around those. So we'll check out how this has impacted things on the Crossroads, check everyone's been putting these games in. Cowboy Scaregate errors, Kislev, Pjad's Empire. So the victory against Bagel's Corn was as Empire. And one of them hasn't been inputted, so I will put that in myself. Kislev versus Pjadtron. So let's switch us to Crossroads and double check that no one's done it yet. So we just go and we say Daagon's Kislev. And it won. And Alan Pjadtron. And that's it. That will then sort everything. There's no confirmation or anything. It's as simple as that. So a good round for Kislev, that last one. Much as it was a good round for Corn earlier. Here we are, heading into the 4th and final of the everyone playing, and then we go on to the final itself. Both players are about halfway through making armies for a sense of timescale. But thank you for coming and watching the first tournament. I hope to do many more. And I've enjoyed casting it. I hope you've enjoyed watching it so far. There is a final after the brackets shown on challenge are done, where the players who've won the most will face off against each other in the final in a best of 1, which obviously I will spectate, and that will be the end of the tournament. But we are in good stead for this to be an interesting one. I think no matter who wins the games, we're going to get a good final. I see no outcome where the final is a wash. Yeah, I do like tournaments. They're always got some fun going on. I do have the intention to do things like land battle tournaments, round domination tournaments, and I'd also like to do something like a vanilla player tournament, where you get players who play in tournaments in vanilla and just see what they come out with, having not really done the mod before. Just see what happens, and see, probably in land battles, because you won't want it to be lost in the first 2 minutes and have a lot of downtime on the tournaments too often, which is likely to happen with something like that. And then you do a best of 3 as well, so they get a chance to adjust. And you could have some fun with something like that, I think. The problem, of course, is that they don't play the mod, by definition. And so finding the players who'll be interested in doing that is not necessarily an easy task. But I poke around vanilla Discord servers from time to time to suggest things like that and see if people are interested. We did do one back in Warhammer 2, called it the David and Goliath tournament. That was a 2v2 with a similar premise, where each team had a Goliath, where they had been playing for a while and were an experienced player, and then a David, who was the newcomer, and each person could tutor someone as they come. But yes, other players are always welcome to host their own tournaments. I know PD and Ragnar and Is the God have all talked about it at some point in the past. But yeah, people are very welcome to host, and I would join other people's. There's a lot going on to join your own, but yeah, I'd be happy to join other people's if needed. I'd be happy to. People have talked about hosting them and wanting to co-host for them. I'd be happy to help some people out with that, and a mixture of commentary and the knowledge of it and things like that could be interesting. And I think there's a lot of potential for tournaments in the future. I'm always happy for other people to host. I think it'd be interesting for some vanilla hosts to watch their surprise. But anyway, we're into Foot of the Annuli, the newest of the maps. Grimgor Ironhide against the Chaos Sorcerer Lord of Nurgle. Cowboy against AlanB. Fatal Cowboy against AlanB. I'm going to put the B on. I'm going to put the Fatal on. Now, I would imagine Alan is going to be as surprised as I am to see the Goblin Tide. Oh, excellent, Melonhead. You're more than welcome to host tourneys. I think you'll find people very up for joining them. I'm frequently asked for tourneys much more than I can actually host them. And so, yeah, by all means. Forest Goblins. Fatal Cowboy en masse. Lots to chunk through here for Chaos. Fanatics en masse. We're going to see a lot of Fanatics this game. That is going to be fun to watch. Night Goblin Archers, Grimgor Ironhide, and Night Goblin Shaman. Nasty Skulks bringing down the armour of the warriors, wolf hunters, and a bit of skirmish power, and night goblin squig hoppers. Do we have any heavy prodders? No, just standard goblins. That's the front line. I wouldn't have thought of going all goblin against Warriors of Chaos. I am very interested in how this goes. And I think it's very good as a play to have Grimgor Ironhide with the goblins, because the things that do well against him won't do well against them, and vice versa. I also question whether his reinforcements are goblins or whether he's going to go all orc and get Alan to overcommit into goblin killing. Yeah, the time I started at is good for a lot of active players because we have a mixture of EU, UK, US. So we've got sort of... So for me it's currently 10 past 11 PM. And for some of the players it'll be 10 past midnight. And for other players it'll be 10 past 7. And so it's sort of a midpoint is what I aim for, but if you're only having 4 people in it, you can probably do a European or a US one and get enough players, and just have 2 separate ones, or you just ask around and find out what works. Everyone has permission rights to post in the tournament's chat, so if they want to host a tournament, let people know in there, and if you want to find out what sort of times are best, asking people in there will do very well for it. But here we've got the Warriors of Chaos army. We have Marauders on the flanks. Marauder Halberdiers would have been very good against Orcs and can do quite well against Grimgor. And then Chaos Warriors, 2, 3, 4 of them. Marauders at the back, and Berserkers of Khorne backing it up with an Exalted Hero of Khorne. I don't see his Lord, but I know it's a Chaos Sorcerer of Nurgle. There it is, on the steed. Skull Crushers, because it's Alan. You've got to expect Hellstriders and Skull Crushers. It's iconic for him. Yeah, feel free to post a poll. Always nice to see other people wanting to host as well. And they're off. Now, as far as first armies are concerned, I'd rather be in Alan's position. But the amount of goblins you can summon in to swamp the points is a lot. They're going to rally a lot. It's going to be hard to micro for Cowboy's position, especially with Alan's Cav. Alan's Cav is rightly to be feared. We do a lot of what they call sub-commanders games, where it's a team game where you each play a different aspect of the army. And Alan will always be one player's cavalry commander. So this is very much going to be a lot of the deciding factor of this battle as far as Warriors of Chaos are concerned. This is Alan's win condition. Yeah, weekends is typically easier if you're going to do US and European time, because otherwise the Europeans have to sleep and the Americans are at work, and so... Ooh, that was a nice Fanatics. I said there'd be some good ones. Fanatics straight into the Marauders. Grimgor Ironhide chewing up Chaos Warriors, and the Goblins closing out with yet more Fanatics coming through. Bit of friendly fire, but only Goblins, who cares? Berserkers of Khorne in against the Fanatics as the flank overload begins. The oblique tactics of putting all the cav on one side. This is going to be a lot of dead Goblins very quickly. But he's going to have to micro quite a bit to spread out his targets here. We can't see the targets, apart from the ranged ones, because we are technically on Cowboy's side as far as the game's concerned. But there's the big charge from the Hellstriders, devastating flankers, straight in there, and the Great Goblin collapse begins. Good God. Thousands of damage value for Alan. A massive envelopment from the Hellstriders. the squigs riding out, but the skull crushers are probably going to make mincemeat of them. Held surprisingly well, actually. Oh no, I take it back. It was lack. That makes much more sense. Half the unit dead. Wavering. The great flank manoeuvre by Alan there has absolutely collapsed Cowboy's forces, but if he can pull his troops into the trees where the cavalry is less effective and the forest goblins more, they may be able to hold this ridge line and await reinforcements. It's not a done deal. Grimgor Ironhide really putting the hurt on is that tail of Nurgle or Khorne? Nurgle. And we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, we have all the... Oh, nice miscast. Very tactically played by Cowboy there. Putting a big, fast-moving thing that can destroy a lot of things and then risking the miscast to lob all the troops around him. He knows he's behind and he is doing exactly the right thing to stop being so. Unfortunately, it's killed a couple of fanatics, but that was a good play. The nasty skulkers debuffing things around them. The nasty curse coming down from the curse of the bad moon. Chaos Marauders getting pelted. Cowboy is starting to get some order and has done, as I suspected, fortified the tree line. Forest goblins do get bonuses in forests, unsurprisingly. And that is a cast of something. Curse of the Slepper. Nice choice by Alan. Making Grimgor do damage to himself if you can't do damage to Grimgor. Cowboy's nasty skulkers could have just rallied there, could be waiting for an opportunity. The fanatics are going to take point 2. And it is worth remembering that the score's even. Now, don't get me wrong, Alan is ahead in value. And I think that's fairly obvious in this position. But Cowboy's actually going to be ahead in score very quickly. The fanatics are off, smashing through to help Grimgor. Lovely little fanatic charge there, and he does need to catch that before he moves on. He was moments away. That was an unfortunate timing on that charge. 2 minutes and 10 seconds until the reinforcements will be very relevant in this battle. And we will see as we go into that whether Cowboy is gone for an Orc or Goblin second army. If it's Orc, I think he can put himself straight back in the game. He hasn't used a Y yet that I've noticed either. Skullcrusher's cleaning up anything that hasn't already been hit, and this is the scary thing about the Cav being the thing that did it. They're now moving around just systematically picking apart the routers. Though I do think if these guys can get in here, it's probably more useful than closing out the Wolf Hunters. That said, this is the unit that's going to cause a problem for these later into the game, so better to get them killed before the reinforcements are here. Grimgor Ironhide. It's still quite alright, to be honest. He hasn't really had too much of a problem. He's working his way through the units, weakening them. Rancid Visitations bringing him down. He is Perfect Vigor, but when CA reworked Vigor altering spells, it did change it so that they affect Perfect Vigor now. Don't know where that spell's coming from. I don't see Cowboy's caster. He must be here. Oh, it's there. Nice caster bamboo. Well dodged by Alan, but it did give Grimgor Ironhide some breathing room. Forest Goblins chipping in, giving poison on top of the already existing debuff. Alan's getting his cavalry out of the way before the 7-minute mark, and sensibly so. AoE coming down. Itchy nuisance, lowering the attack of the things fighting Grimgor. Very sensible. And the damage. Probably, possibly more important. They are doing 30% less base damage now. Chaos Sorcerer of Nurgle taking some hits, but he's going to put Curse of the Leper on because that's brilliant against goblins. Goblins are going to kill themselves hitting the Sorcerer. Very good play. And there are summonings here, and I was right. Cowboy's back in it. Black Orcs. Boar Boy Biggins. He still has 1,000 left as well. Spear Boys. And Squigs. This is much harder to deal with than his initial force, and it might be that Alan is ready for goblins. Or not. Chaos Halberdiers twice, a Hell Cannon, Chosen, Chaos Warriors. This is heavy metal. The Orcs might do quite well into that. It's going to be an interesting one. The Halberdiers are going to be scary, but those Chosen are going to struggle against the boys, and that Hell Cannon already starts to roar. Look at that. Oh, a narrow miss. Alan's pulled out his Altered Hero? Is that the word? Ball Boy Biggins. Coming to the aid of Grimgor Ironhide. The mass is on the side of the Biggins unless it's dealing with the Skull Crusher, in which case it's very much not. The Skull Crushers are exhausted. Fresh Hellstriders though. If they get into the back of the Biggins are going to die. Grimgor held long enough to be relieved though. That fight is actually going to go the way of Grimgor Ironhide. Warriors of Chaos 400 point lead. Chaos Sorcerer of Nurgle getting relieved by the Warriors, but once these Warriors have finished cleaning up this and rescuing the Lord, that point is theirs. It's going to be very difficult for Cowboy, although these troops are solid, to get a significant point buffer before 14 minutes. And that's War. Vigour, leadership per second, and that will bring Grimgor back up out of being tired and keep him there because he is perfect vigour. So he's back at least to Winded. He's made it back to Winded, which will make a big difference to his combat stats. So he was doing all this at lower capacity than normal, and he's still going. Now, has Alan brought Blight Boil on his Lord? He has. Okay, the Hell Cannon and Blight Boil are going to start enjoying the target-rich environment that is point 2, I would imagine. I would expect at this point Alan to use as few troops as possible at a time, rest, push in with a few Marauders, rest, push in with a few Warriors, and pound this with artillery. It's a little too close together, but it's had to be. That's his advantage here. If he can let fatigue be his advantage rather than Cowboys, because War will make it Cowboys otherwise. He's in a good spot. But his Lord, to get those Blight Boils off, has been compromised by Squigs and Wolf Hunters. The Hellstriders on the way and getting Curse of the Leper, so even if it goes well for the Squigs, it doesn't anymore. But that will make them functionally, well, very hard to break for a little while. What's the morale like? 10? Yeah, it's not functional unbreakable, but it is certainly a big deal. Grimgor Ironhide taking out Chosen, damaging models with every swing. Gitsnik, active and standing ground for making him a bit of a monster as he cleaves through Chosen. We'll get more damage value in the last minute than he has in the last 10. The Hellstriders are readying for a weakened centre. And Alan is about to take point 2. Hasn't taken point 1 though, he's just accepted that Cowboy has that one and decided to avoid any chance of Cowboy coming back on value. Zerka's in the flank of the big uns. Some devastating cavalry play here. Just thought I'd check out these kill counts on these cav. All of them 150 ballpark. PD has beaten Pjad, which means, although congratulations PD, it also means I'm going to have to do a tiebreaker of some sort to see who goes into the final, because we have at least 2 players who've won 3 games. Ooh, that's a big hit. Into the big uns. A couple of marauders died, but I'm sure Alan can live with that. Cowboys warriors are rallying in the trees, but there's only 13 of them, so the halberdiers are heading back in as the balls head into the skull crushers. I don't think that's going to go too well for them, but it's still a good play by Cowboy. He needs to threaten this cavalry. He needs to bring it down. He knows there's 1 minute left, and that's a blight boil. That is a blight boil with nowhere to run. I think this is a good. Satisfying, devastating blight boil. Grim Grindhide has caught the sorcerer. And he's back to fresh. But you're next. 1 hit into the sorcerer, 200 life left. Rancid visitations. Stopping that going too badly. And the Greenskins catching the middle point. Who beat who previously in the tournament? There is a link to the challenge site that I've been showing. I think in tournaments or tournaments chat. I think I pinned it. And you can see who's beaten who, I believe. If not, I'll show after this game. But that's Pjad's first loss. "10 seconds until reinforcements." Cowboy has very much put himself back into this game after a very rough initial start. And this is what I was talking about earlier with concessions. Oh, like, what's the tiebreaker? Yeah, it'll be... I'll use what I've seen Turin use in the past and see if it helps. It's, whoever beat the people who won the most get more points functionally out of it. So if you've beaten someone who everyone else beat, you get less benefit than beating someone who beat everyone else, if that makes sense. So beating the other players who got 3 wins is worth more than beating a player who got 1 or none, as an example. And that's typically how the Swiss tournaments are done. If I need a second tiebreaker, I'm going to have to think fast. Because I haven't considered that it would be this tied. And that's a very nice envelopment. Black Hawks are gone. But the resources have come in. I'm expecting reinforcements any second. Neither side's used them. He's going to have to bring him in a second, otherwise he loses his UI.
The enemy has slain us.
Reinforcements have arrived, there we go. Good, otherwise he'd lose all his unit cards, because if you lose all your troops, it preempts that you've lost and gets rid of your UI, which is unhelpful of it, but nothing I can do, I'm afraid. Chaos Lancers. Chaos Marauders. I suspect Alan will just top up his troops, see what Cowboy does, and go from there. Orc Boys, Orc Spear Boys, Forest Goblins, and the Swamp Fix. So the Goblins this time backed up by the Orcs, which I think is usually the way to do it. I don't actually know if it will be a tie yet, PD. Although I would be interested in how you do rock paper scissors over Discord. I suppose you do it with the faction picker, and you say it's Norsca, Counts, and Empire. Those Black Orcs putting up a good show. Orc Boys and the Trolls marching into the centre as the Orc Spear Boys move in. Oh, and Alan has brought in some Chaos Spawn I hadn't noticed. Hell Cannon being defeated by a tree. As the Chaos Marauders charge in. I don't envy them the task. Chaos Halberdiers taking on the Orc Boys. You're pretty likely to be in the final. Because you're as yet undefeated. It'll depend how Bagel and Daagon's games go, because they were both on 2, I believe, if memory serves. And that's a big Chaos Knight charge. One of Alan's favourite units, well known. And a bit of friendly fire going on there. But the goblins. Forest Goblins already wavering. And they have buckled. And rightly so. They should definitely be fleeing right now. Chaos Halberdiers and Hellstriders sandwiching them. Fanatics charging in. They might be able to get a Fanatic use into the Cav and do some decent damage there. And I think that might be the coup de grace. As a column of Heavy Knight. Column of Heavy Knights charging through. And I think that's certainly it for the Goblins. Might be it for the Greenskins. Oh, what a charge. The Greenskins fight on. Oh, boy biggins. 1,000 value so far. More than respectable. The Swamp Thing's a solid unit, but in a little bit of a precarious position at best. And the Boars deciding that actually it's enough of the Skull Crushers, and it's time to try and get a rear charge into them and see if they can't be routed off. The Boars isolated there. Altboy is putting up a remarkable stand against the Hellstriders on this hill as the Hellstriders are tired out. And Cowboy poaching a point out from Alan. Trying to do it twice. Alan, seeing it, has responded in kind rather than dealing with it, and just decided to render it less relevant. Sensible play. It means you don't have to move any of his troops over there, you can just keep things as they are and still have the benefit. The Swamp Thing's recovering and healing there, the Fanatics trying to poach out point 1, while the Black Orcs and Biggins hold the centre and the Orc Boys flank the Halberdiers. I have to hand it to Cowboy, he's putting up a damned good fight, especially considering how severely disadvantaged he was by the time the second wave of troops came out. Chaos Warriors finished cleaning up the Boar Boys and probably heading in back here, but they could head that way. And the Skull Crushers. No, the Chaos Lancers. Lining up for a charge on the Orc Spear Boys. And the big one. Very nicely done. Crashing through the Spear Boys, with the Skull Crushers following suit. They've been exhausted since about 4 minutes in. There just hasn't. Alan has been demanding a lot of his cavalry, but it has answered. Spear Boys being picked apart by the cav there because of the leper going down, so that the damage taken is less disadvantageous. The Orcs not on the point, but even if they were, they wouldn't catch it by the time reinforcements arrived. And Alan's brought on yet more heavy cavalry, backed by Forsaken. Cowboy has brought on Grimgor Ironhide, Fanatics, Biggins. That is going to make a final play for point 2. I think, however, that this is a done deal, but he will go out in glory. And rightly so. He's going to fight to the last.
You have been bested.
But Alan takes victory. Well fought to both players, congratulations to Alan. Let's see how Grimgor did. 4,137 value. Wow. And excellent play by the Boar Biggins, which can't have been easy, given the Hellstriders and the Skull Crushers and the Knights that were roaming around the battlefield. Very difficult to get value from your troops there. The Goblins, yeah, they couldn't deal with that amount of heavy metal. But we go now and we input the information. So we know that Alan won that. And we know that PD that. So that leaves us with PD having won 3 games. Pjad won 3 but has had to sleep, so he's recused himself from the final. Which means Bagels won 2 and Dagon's won 2. Alan's won 2. So it depends on the results of Bagel and Dagon's battles. So while we wait for news on that, I'll just check they haven't given me news on that front before I wait for some. Error is looking like he's going to beat Bagel. It depends on Dagon Medli then. But while we wait for word on that, I'm going to get some water, and I'll return momentarily. Yeah, Pjad, but you fought well. There's been some good games there. Some impressive plays. And we got one of yours, didn't we? Oh yeah, your very first one. And the person we haven't seen on stream, I think, is Bagel, which is unfortunate, but when there's 8 players, it lines up oddly sometimes. But every game we've done, I've been glad we picked that one. So we'll find out what happened with Dagon and Medli. I assume it's still going. Because everyone's in the chat with them. They'd let me know otherwise. Duke Goblins need buffs. It's plausible. They really don't like the cavalry. Duke Goblins. Might give them some more sneaky ways of doing it. When they're with orcs, they do well. Error 1 against Bagel. Okay, we might need a tiebreaker after all. Because that's a lot of people who are going to have won 2 games. You always think buff goblins though, PD. That's your motto. Bagel 0. Error 1. Submit scores. So it's Dagon against Medli that decides who goes into the final. Can you give goblins hellblaster volley guns? Tempting though that sounds, I suspect that wouldn't quite stick to the goblin way. If you are going to go all goblins, Cowboy, heavy prodders are pretty essential. As are something like a stone troll. So something to provide the mass and the staying power, because the normal goblins don't really have it. So we'll have a look at about unit 50 pump wagons. Oh, we've already got it open on the stream, I believe. Yeah. So we'll go on to Crossroads and check everything's been inputted and see where it leaves us. Cowboy, I'll put in that last game we watched. That was Cowboys, Greenskins, and Alan's Warriors. And then I don't know what Bagel and Error were playing, so I'll have to find out. I'll let them input it themselves, or let me know in Discord or in the chat if people were aware. Yeah, pump wagons and prodders do give you quite a lot of options, and trolls. Goblin Iron Breakers, I saw one, trust me. That is one strong mushroom. So Error's Greenskins beat Bagel's Corn. I take it that's PD. As only he's the only one who can actually do that. I only saw it on the stream. My computer's not looking at the same thing you guys are, so that threw me slightly. Does anyone who's in the chat with Dagon and Medli have a sense of how far into the game they are? I forget there's going to be a delay. It wasn't you. Somehow I doubt it was Alan. But yes, there's a delay between me asking and the chat being able to reply anyway. But yeah, any sense of Dagon and Medli's stage would be appreciated. Basically done. Brilliant. Medli's winning. Oh, does that make my tiebreaker really easy or really hard? If Medli wins, one more. Means almost everyone's won 3 games. Won 2 games rather. I'll see if my site gives me a good way of figuring it out. Medli won. Well, congratulations to Medli. Submit scores. Okay. Okay, I'll let you guys look at what I'm looking at. So this is what it said. So we've had 3 wins and 1 loss for PD. 3 wins and 1 loss for Pjad, but Pjad has conceded, so otherwise they will be the finalists. But if you get on, you would fight PD, Pjad. If you can get on, because you and PD both won 3 games. And if you can't get on, then it's Medli and PD in the final, because it's already done the maths for me. And Medli's beaten the players who had better scores, apparently. I'm not going to deny it. Can we give 10 minutes? I think that depends on everyone else, really. So for finalists, it's you and Pjad if you can do it, or you and Medli. PD. PD was asking in the chat for anyone who wasn't no, who I was addressing there. Goblin Slaughterfest in the meantime. Pjad, I think, is like, well, he's just put above. He can do it, but he needs 10 minutes, he says. So it's a bit of a delay. So it depends what everyone thinks of waiting 10 minutes. Or 5. Sounds good to PD at least. 5 minutes. I tell you what. I might take a leaf out of Chirin's book, and if one of the players wants to hop on and have a land battle with me in the meantime, that gives everyone something to watch, and me something to cast while we wait for Pjad. If Medli would like to do that, because otherwise she would be in the final, then let her have first dibs. But other than that, anyone who wants to join can. I'll switch it to that. I'll call the game Intermission. And that gives everyone something to do while we wait. And we'll do Baron's Bluff. So the game is up, there's no password. You've all got the version. And Cowboy is going to hop in. Okay, Cowboy. And we will find our little picker. Create a new draft. I'm going to send this to Cowboy. This is how we pick the factions. So anyone who hasn't done it can get a snippet of the inner workings of how everyone's been picking factions. I've sent Cowboy a link, and then he responds. Here we are, and then we're both ready up when we're ready. And then I need to pick a faction, which I hadn't thought of. So Zinch, I think. I haven't seen his Zinch tonight. And Greenskins are against me. So Cowboy's going again with the Greenskins. We'll close that, and I will play Zinch. We'll go cheap. Oh, no, we'll go disc. I think. Tempting though a chariot is. Let's try a chariot. And let's spread things. Oops, they were not meant to be exalted. Something like that. Something like that. And screamers. Let's get rid of those. Keep that. A lot of siege, I think. And let's cut some costs on this chappy. Got Zinch, so I won't need Flamestorm, won't need that. Something like that. And I really would like... Oh no, I've got Doom Knights, we're fine. So we'll bring a Power Stone. We'll bring on a horse. Because it'll give me some chance of running away from Cowboy's Goblin Revenge. Good luck to Cowboy. We'll get a game in and then into the final with Pjadtron and PDThePowerDragon. But well done to everybody. We've ended up with a very close set where 5 players won the same amount of games as each other, which is always an impressive thing. You're not sure how to kill Depth Guard with Wood Elves? Weight Watchers are the initial answer that comes to mind. The other one is Wildwood Rangers, Wild Riders, and Great Stags can both do it. Sisters of the Thorn, Zotes. Just about anything with Occam's Mindraiser. You've got the skill to get through, you just don't have the damage on a lot of units, so Shadow's magic. Especially if you wither them.
Endless, glorious madness.
Don't think you get metal magic, do you?
Warriors of Zinch. Instruments of
Zinch.
deception.
Not a little lag going on, but we'll be fine. And knights.
We are many.
And I know I set up faster than Cowboy, so I'll give him a minute or so, and then I'll hit ready.
Vexing Vorpal.
Now I thought he was on a Burning Chariot. I distinctly remember clicking Burning Chariot. Oh dear. Yeah, Wild Rangers have such a low armor. To be honest, that's the problem with Wood Elves generally. Is everything has low armor, the exception being the Zotes. I think Zotes on another roster won't be that strong. But when no one's prepared for armor, they're considerably stronger. In the interest of time, I've read it up. I'm trying not to put Cowboy on the spot at the same time as Haston.
Flickering fires of fate.
When you switch to Law of Tzeentch, you change your back to a mounted. Oh, it did. I forgot to click the button. I even thought I better switch thingy, and then never clicked it. That explains where that extra money came from. Oh well. We'll just have to do without it. Savage Orcs, Savage Orcs, Savage Orcs. Okay, this is Wurzag build. Savage Orc Biggins. Wurzag's boys. I knew they'd be somewhere. These guys dance whenever they're idle. Now, all Savage Orcs is very bad news for what I've done, but we'll see what we can do about it. Does this physical resist? Yeah. That's not going to be good news for them.
So be it.
Because they're not going to get use of that physical resist they're paying for. Let's stagger this a little. Try and get them in there, and Treason of Tzeentch. And let's close out the incoming troops, flank around, and stop them ever making it to the battlefield. We'll singe a few orcs and pound in some ranged troops there while they do that. And he has Wurzag, so we'll glean all his magic. And Burning Head down there. Arcane Surge. That. And look for... Ooh, that was a bad cast. We'll look for where our weak point is. I think it's over here, so let's reinforce there. Ready for when things go awry. Cut those out, and let's get Wurzag's boys to look at us first and then recharge. Let's give them some barrier. And let's give them some barrier. Get Wurzag's boys to look at me. And close out those Savage Orc boys. Yeah, he does have Night Goblins, but let's close them out with them. While the blue horrors start causing havoc there. And somewhere we should have halberds. Let's pull them back into the centre while they close that. Get ready for Wurzag's boys. And run away very quickly from Wurzag, the Great Green Prophet, before he kills us all. Get that out of there. Let them get a couple of chucks in. Don't need to hurry them. And that's Wurzag gone. And that's game. I've got to admit, Cowboy, I wasn't expecting a full Savage Orc army. And Pjadtron has just started playing Warhammer 3, which means we've timed that perfectly. Yeah, I had something like that the other day, Cowboy. I told a unit to cast a spell and it ran at them. I don't know what that was about. So, the Damnation's final. We're going to do Foot of the Annuli again. It's the newest map, and I think the best for the final. It's what I wanted as the final. Pjadtron is ready. So if you would join the game named Damnation's Final, please, Pjadtron. What map? Foot of the Annuli. Oh, I've realised there's a delay. Looked like I responded perfectly then as well. So while you two pick factions, I'm going to grab some water because there'll be some dead time as far as commentary goes. And then I will... We are back to what looks like a Tzeentch versus Khorne matchup. That'll be fun. It's one that gets played quite a bit. I think I've seen PD and Pjadtron do it though, so I'll be interested to see how it goes. I'll see what stage their armies are at, so I'm just blocking. Oh, they aren't started at all. Perhaps they're not playing Tzeentch and Khorne. No, it's definitely Khorne. So I suspect it's Tzeentch as well. I think they're just thinking. You introduced Dagon to Flagellants, it was not pleasant. He was dwarfs, was he? Yeah, Flagellants into dwarves are very solid because they've got all that armor piercing and no armor. The dwarves hit it. They need Quarrelers or something. It sounds like a flame cannon. Something to clear them from the field with high damage. The problem is that a lot of that you don't want against the state troops, but you've got to account for it. So the two-handed axes, the grudge rakers, the grudge rakers will laugh in the face of flagellants. Rangers, because they can do reasonably in melee with the Rangers can go kill the Empire range troops with axe and shield while shooting the flagellants, so that they're not sort of sunk into flagellants, so you don't feel like they're wasted otherwise. There's a few units like that who are quite good at it. But really, you shoot them. They're you had lots of mana bombs, but they didn't do well. I'd have to say, I've got the replay, I can see exactly why, but I suspect it's a range thing. If you do mana bombs slightly into their range, they're tons more effective, but they're also, you need the enemy pinned for longer, so there's a lot going on with mana bombs. I'd have to have a look. But yes, flagellants, very good at fighting dwarfs. The problem is that the dwarfs, if they've even prepared for one unit of flagellants, then they bring a lot of flagellants, it'll just systematically destroy all the flagellants. You're paying for a lot of armor piercing with dwarfs that you just do not need against flagellants. Apparently that is the sort of unit that the shotguns were added for. But they are the kings of punching up. Especially in that last burst of life. That Strength of the Penitent, I believe it's called. They have an ability on them that's very potent. And PD has readied up. Just Pjadtron to go, let's look. Let's see what stage is at. Very little left to do on his army. We're heading into the final momentarily. And we're in. Herald of Khorne against a Herald of Tzeentch. A metal Herald of Tzeentch. Very balanced armies on both. I'm not looking at any particularly standout issues on either side here. They're almost a weird mirror of each other's armies here, actually. You've got the sort of monstrous thing, the heavy metal mobile support unit, the 2 halberdiers, 2 Forsaken. You know, there's quite a lot of symmetry here in an interesting way. Let's see how this goes. Best of luck to both players, and thanks to everyone who's stuck with it. We've gone on a bit longer than anticipated from some delays, but it's been a fun one. And we'll see how this ends up. We've got a Khorne Warrior frontline for Pjad, and a Herald of Khorne backing it up. We've got Chaos Chariots of Khorne on the high flank. Oops, that's the wrong button. On the high flank here. Double Flesh Hound backed up with Marauder Horseman. Double Halberdier. Mantor. Tuners of Forsaken. And I think something else just moved. Oh no, it was the Halberdiers. On the other side, Furies and Screamers. Exalted Flamer of Tzeentch. Blue Horrors. Halberds. Pinks. Interesting formation from BD here. I suspect he's trying to funnel the Khornate forces through. Blue Horrors. 3 times. Forsaken twice. And the Doom Knight. So the Air War's definitely in PD's favour. We know there's no Exalted Bloodthirster, but there could be a Bloodthirster in the second army. I don't know what's in the second armies. I mean, as much in the dark as you are. A Metal of Tzeentch. Metal Herald, rather. And they're off. Both sides seem quite content with their formation. I suspect PD's magic is going to attempt to bring Pjad to him, but where he'll settle, maybe here. Now chariots that Pjad's got, they are devastating, and depending on the stage of game, they're either terrible against Tzeentch or incredible. I'm surprised they're in the first army, because when barrier's there, they can run them over and achieve very little. But once barrier's down, Tzeentch gets completely annihilated by chariots, and so there's going to be a lot of PD deciding how to use his barrier, knowing that the chariots are on there, which is perhaps why Pjad's brought them. It could be that he's wanting PD to hold on to his barrier, grind him down with his other stuff, and then just hold the chariot back. That would be a good play if that's what he's considering. I am surprised at the lack of the hero, Blood Reaper, I believe it's called, which can give 60-ish percent spell resist. I thought that would make an appearance. Nice opening volley from the Exalted Flamer of Tzeentch. And Khorne is falling back away from the point. And yeah, it looks like the chariots are not going to be held in reserve till the end. I think there might be bait for the flyers though. And the Knights of the Brazen Throne, I did not mention those in the setup, but they are going to be damned relevant. We know that PD fought these earlier. We know that he didn't have a good time with them. He was playing the Counts then though, so it might be a completely different kettle of fish with Tzeentch. Terrifying unit, the Knights of the Brazen Throne, and PD just chipping down the Khornate troops, and Pjad's decided enough's enough. Battle is joined. Withering salvos. Exalted, yeah. The Exalted Pink Horrors. Last time I saw PD play Tzeentch, he'd chatted to me afterwards about it and discussed, and decided that Exalted Pink Horrors was something he'd like more of. Now that restoring barrier costs magic, then bringing in magic at ranged was a nice little passive thing to have, and that is a big found transmutation. Hammering up the Cornate troops, but really stopping it, doing very much. And the chariot charge, 0 damage as far as the unit's concerned, but the amount of barrier it's done then was somewhat significant. Big spell, a miscast coming down on the Cornate troops. It's all kicking off now. Chariots ploughing through, starting to dish out some damage, doing a lot once they're in, but getting brought low. Distracted a lot of the flyers away from the Knights of the Brazen Throne though. Knights of the Brazen Throne going to capitalise on what the other troops have started. It was Tzeentch capturing. I thought the Knights of the Brazen Throne. I captured it for a second then. They ploughed straight through those Exalted Pinks. Didn't do very much to them though because of the barrier. Still did plenty of damage. The Doom Knights of Tzeentch stopping them. They got Horn of Corn, but the fact he was using flying units stopped them getting that extra nice charge bonus they get. I forget the name. Thunderous Charge or some such. Murderous Charge, that makes more sense for Corn. So always murder this and skulls that. Nice volley in from the Pink Horrors into the pinned Knights of the Brazen Throne, and a spell going down on the Halberdiers, but point 2 flipping in Corn's favour. Herald of Corn doing plenty of work there. And a slightly out of position halberd there when they could be in there. But overall, great play by both players so far. The Pink Horrors caught out by the Minotaurs, meaning the Knights of the Brazen Throne will do much better than they otherwise would. Forsaken chasing off the Halberdiers, but the Halberdiers now through to the back. Point flipping back in the favour of Tzeentch. And the Flesh Hounds crumbling out. Exalted Flamer punishing the Corn Warriors just for existing. So I think we will see shots across to the right of that Flamer as soon as PD notices, really, when probably when the Knights of the Brazen Throne are less of an immediate threat. Now we've got the repositioning here. Might be that he's more bothered about the point, in which case he might pound those guys instead, but I would be going for the nice shots there. Knights of the Brazen Throne, big charge, and is going to be going into the same fight that the Exalted Flame was going into, or possibly going even after the Exalted Flamer itself. I was right the second time. Big hit into the Flamer. Didn't do a great deal though, because they only get a couple of collisions. And the barrier absorbing that, keeping the Flamer in a decent state. The Knights of the Brazen Throne get Relentless Rage to stop any morale penalties, as the Blue Horrors take the hill. PD, I agree with the value counter for once, slightly ahead on value here. It is slight, and the points difference is not huge. We are only 10 seconds away from reinforcements. Marauders, they're going to break momentarily, no doubt about that. Knights of the Brazen Throne, struggling there. They're going to go down. How much did they do? More than enough. When you factor in barrier, they've done a lot, and it is worth remembering that the loss of barrier on PD's troops is pretty much permanent. It's not going to regenerate, it's only going to regenerate through the use of Lords and Heroes. And he does have a hero, Cultist of Tzeentch on a horse. It's become iconic as a hero. Gives you a second Lord of Magic and some barrier, but the Chaos Knights of Khorne are riding forward, and the troops that want to face it are at the back of the column. So he has to either decide to slow the column and lose the point, or lose the troops to the Knights. Nice catch-22 by Pjadtron there, giving PD two bad options. And he was on top of the micro, gets a nice charge into the Forsaken. The barrier takes it though, and the spawn managed to stop it. The Herald of Khorne goes down, lowering the morale and meaning that Bloodletters find it harder to get their perfect vigour from rest in hell. The spawn and Forsaken together swamping the Chaos Knights, and the Exalted Flame of Siege caught on the way to the point by the Flesh Hounds. PD's going to need to find a response to that, or just accept that the Exalted Flamer is going to go down. Doom Knights chasing away troops at the back. Pjadtron with a very solid hold on point 1, and looks like he's going to use it like a castle, in that he's going to stage out his fast moving units to aid in other endeavours. But it looks like Pjadtron's focus is mostly on these 2 points, which he does own at the moment. It's working so far. A nice little summon from the Cultist of Tzeentch. And the game now reckons, at least, that the value is equalising. Pink Horror's struggling to get a shot on those Bloodletters for whatever reason. But I think the Forsaken are going to take over the melee there, as the Exalted Flame of Tzeentch goes down. PD a lot more troops on the field now, 23 to Pjadtron's 14. That doesn't necessarily mean they're of equal quality, just number of units. I believe the Knights of the Brazen Throne were not routed off. I didn't see them leave. But it's possible Pjadtron desummoned them. Don't get much of a refund anymore, but there is an element of it. 600 supply, 300 supplies for Pjadtron, 630 for PD, so PD can augment this somewhat more. And the point's starting to swing in favour of Tzeentch. Fleshhounds coming over, raid charging the Pink Horrors, but if those Screamers see it, they can intercept. Fury's going over, but they won't be there in time. It's the Screamers are nothing in this instance. I suspect it's just going to be a case of the barrier taking it, but the Screamers have seen, but too late. Nice charge by the Fleshhounds of Khorne, and Pink Horrors pelting the Halberdiers of Khorne, along with what I'm guessing is a Searing Doom, but it could even be a Piercing Bolts of Burning. No, it's a Searing Doom. Is the Cultist alive? Yes, the Cultist is alive. And doesn't have it. It has Flaming Sword of Rune and Cascading Firecloak. And Pjadtron has decided to push in with not just the fast movers, but the infantry too, trying to take point 2 out from PD. Those Screamers are going to cause great disruption, but those Minotaurs are going to try to clear away the Marauders to push through. It's not quite enough. The Spawn, very good at what they do. PD waiting for the right moment for his Screamers. Doesn't need to commit just yet. Happy with the fight the way it is, and PD is starting to run away with this game. Very good player. Did well with Tzeentch. Came very close to winning, even when Tzeentch were having a rough time and needed some buffing. PD stuck with him through it, and it's made him very good when Tzeentch are now in line with other factions. He's cleaned up on point 3, enveloping on point 2, and Pjadtron is going to need another wave of reinforcements, and he's going to need it fast. It must be almost tempting for Pjadtron to pull all his troops away to point 1 now, survive what he can, and try again at 14 minutes. Fleshhounds into the Pink Horrors, and the Halberdiers grinding down the Spawn and Chosen. Screamers pounding in. Pink Horrors getting taken out by the Fleshhounds, a nice play there. And the Khorne troops holding better than I gave them credit. If PD has a barrier for those Chosen though, it could be dangerous for Pjadtron because he's only just got rid of the barrier. Lots of Pink Horror fire coming in at those Minotaurs, but those Minotaurs are just going to run straight at them. And that's a big boom. It was a miscast, but the barrier absorbed it, but it is going to mean that the barrier's quite low now. PD going for the triple cap. Trying to force Pjad's hand, and Pjad used the last of his money to summon some Marauders of Khorne. Trying to get them on the point. They will beat what they find there, but might give PD a few points to cement a lead. PD in a very strong position going into this last stage. But next stage rather. Might be another after that. Halberdiers of Khorne routed off by something's terror. Chaos Halberdiers of Zeech, seemingly. I don't know where they got it from.
Woeful tidings. The enemy has captured one of your victory points. Take it.
Pink Horrors sacrificing themselves for a few points in PD's standard method of play. The die usefully approach. Send out your troops, let them die, buy yourself some time. If you have that fight on the point, they flip it anyway. If you have the fight here, then there's no points gained. 10 seconds to reinforcements. PD in a commanding position here, still has 20 units. And the Screamers causing disruption as the Herald flies overhead and puts in the 12th Searing Doom of the game, maybe? It must be in that kind of ballpark. There's been a lot of Searing Dooms. And PD's decided to support the left point with Chaos Warriors and 2 units of Exalted Pinks. Support the centre with Chaos Warriors and supports his right with Furies. They always say thinks the right flank is in a decent infantry state. Still got 3,000 supplies though. He's only augmented his troops, but he's nearly at the unit cap. Pjad, starting with Chaos Chariots, they'll be more useful now than they were earlier because they can smash through now that the barrier's down. Forsaken of Khorne, there's very little here that they're not good against. The armour of the other units they're quite good against, and they'll beat Horrors. But uphill charge for the Chariots, not what they like. Knights of the Brazen Throne, a little bit mistimed because of the hill, unfortunately, but the Pink Horrors are dead regardless, and that is a big charge as the Knights of the Brazen Throne carry on. Didn't matter that they lost a little bit of efficiency because they're just that good. Forsaken of Khorne smashing through the Horrors. An unrelenting charge from Pjad's Khorne. That is making PD's lead ever more tenuous. Again with the chariot charges, these heavy charges that Pjad is managing to absolutely nail, exactly the sort of thing that can bring him back into this game. Chaos Warriors of Zeech holding off the Flesh Hounds, and the Exalted Pinks redirecting straight into the path of the downhill Knights of the Brazen Throne. And that went badly, if you happen to be Zeech. Knights of the Brazen Throne proving their worth yet again. And PD is going to want his Doom Knights, and he's going to want them soon. He's going to want Final Transportation and Final Transportation. I'm surprised went on these troops and not on these. Final Transportation there might have been a better use there, but the Doom Knights are stopping the chariots, while the Knights of the Brazen Throne resume their rampage of terror. But the Final Transportation clipped them momentarily. And the Doom Knights, one of the best answers PD and indeed the Zeech roster has for the Knights of the Brazen Throne, in there, but they couldn't stop and save the Exalted Pink Horrors. The Screamers and Doom Knights circling overhead as PD tries to maintain his lead. But that supply lead that he had has almost been equalised. Pjad's actually, according to the game, ahead on value now. That was some incredible play. I'm not convinced that what I'm seeing of Zeech is of the same value as what I'm seeing of Khorne. I think Zeech has more of a lead in value than Khorne does. I suspect the summons might be influencing it. The Pink Horror summoned, getting pounded by the Knights of the Brazen Throne. And PD is going to have to find an answer to that unit. Or simply kill the infantry. So that he can't capture points, and then it doesn't matter what the Knights of the Brazen Throne do. And I don't know which one he'll opt for. PD's going to have to decide. Knights of the Brazen Throne smashing through. 47,000 damage, 512 kills. And that against a Monogod. Halberdiers there. Possibly a misplay. If he can break this quickly, he can free up his flying units and get the Knights of the Brazen Throne killed. But that's a very nice play to make up for it. The final transmutation, if he can keep them in it for multiple phases especially, slow them down, they're starting to get tired. But they managed to escape, and they got charged into that Halberd unit. But Jad's lost a unit there. Flesh Hounds by the looks of the corpses. Transmutation of lead slowing it down, and another big charge from the Knights of the Brazen Throne. But everything that's left is... We're reaching the point now where the Knights of the Brazen Throne have killed everything they have the opportunity to do. They're getting tired, and everything that's left hasn't been charged because it's not as good a target. PD knows, well, PD hopefully knows it, Pjad definitely knows it, and the Knights of the Brazen Throne are starting to wane, and it doesn't look like the points are going to be able to be taken before 21 minutes. It looks like PD is going to take this game, despite the absolute reign of terror that this bullfrog-looking unit has managed to sow. It is incredible the amount that he's managed to achieve with this unit. But the downside of this is how this is taking all Pjad's micro. He's not been able to disengage his infantry, he's not been able to flank around and threaten points. Everything has been getting these Knights of the Brazen Throne to try and equalise, and it was a bold play and it nearly worked. But PD will take this game and will win the first Damnations tournament. There's going to be a firestorm of Tzeentch to end the game as PD takes the tournament. And robbed of his firestorm. Well played to both players, and congratulations to PDThePowerDragon, who's won this tournament. I'll see you guys next time. Thank you all for watching.